Hello, 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 guys, gals, and non-binary pals. It's your girl, Poet, and we're doing the interview series tonight. We've got Planet Coaster royalty, Nerdchacho here. Good
That's
evening,
me.
Nerdchacho. That's you. Hey,
It's
Shane.
me.
How are you doing?
I'm good, hon. How are you?
Good, good. Mr. Shane Turner has just come into the chat too. I heard his walk-on sound, which I'm absolutely loving. The walk-on sounds, they're so much fun.
Love it. Love it. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. Mid-series. Intense. Isn't it weird? Like, when you know you're being recorded, you're just like, oh, I don't know what to say, because I need to sound cool for the internet. Otherwise, I'm going to get cancelled. I'm going to become a meme.
Basically, I think I might be a meme. I might already be a meme. It's okay. It only lasts forever, but then somebody else will come along. Somebody else will come along and like meme themselves even harder than you have. So you can always count on that. At least. You like your walk-on sound too, Shaney? Yeah, you've chosen a good one. General Kenobi. So how has your week been, Nerdchacho?
Do you know what? It has been busy. It's been a bit of an emotional roller coaster with everything that's going on in the UK, right? So,
Yeah.
like, with the Queen and everything. And
Yeah.
I went to go and see the memorial on Wednesday, and it was the most surreal thing I think I've ever seen. Like, we've seen it before in the UK when we lost Diana, Princess Diana and stuff. But
yeah.
to see it, I didn't get it because I was too young to go and see it. So I went to go and see it, and it was like poignant. It really was.
Wow.
Say what you want about the royals. Everyone has their own opinions and stuff. But for me, I was like quite a fan of the Queen because of stuff that she does for work and stuff that she's done in general. So it's weird.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's not really anything that I can. It's so difficult for somebody who is from America to relate to it.
Ooh, nice boobs.
We just got hi Shane, you've got nice boobs too. Hey Kiara, how you doing? Meep meep. Yeah, Moomin saying nice boobs is just one of the highlights of my day. Like
Nice boobs.
Nice boobs. we might have to do a Chacho version too.
Oh no, you've got the Chacho version of shit your mouth.
That is true. Which is so good. It's one of my favorites. One of my favorites for sure. So you've had a really really busy week.
Yeah, and then so I'm mid-series at the moment. Over on Planet Coaster. Plug straight away.
I like it. Go for it.
I'm just like bounding in and wading myself in to go, hey, I'm going to talk about me.
I just got the shit your mouth redeem.
Hey!
I love it. Nice. Shit your mouth.
That was the best accident that ever happened.
It really was. That was so. Yes, it's one of those perfect things. So you're mid-series right now, then.
I am. Yeah, it's been intense, right? So it was a series that I just sort of threw together, thinking, oh, there's this amazing map on the workshop. It's one that I always used to play before I started in the streaming and the gaming world and whatever. Before I started YouTube, and I was like, actually, it'd be quite nice to do a series with it and do something different with it. So I have had maybe four or five iterations of parks on that same map, but this is in a world of its own, in a league of its own. And I was like, actually, I wasn't expecting it to take off like it did, right? It sort of happened that the first 3 episodes, the park took shape, and that was really it. Like it just happened, and everyone's now following it, and it's weird. But
that's really cool. Hey Hazmat, how you doing? Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
That's gonna happen a lot. If it does get annoying, just let me know and I can do push to talk. That way you don't have to hear it.
No, because it's important that we're saying hello to people because they've come along, right? So.
Whoa! Wait. Why
bring
did you
the family?
Wait, Hazmat. Why'd you ban Kiara? Kiara's real. Kiara is not a bot. I swear.
Oops.
Oops. Yeah, Kara's real. So, oh wait, yeah. Anyways, your
The
Oh.
series.
Yes.
The
Thank you.
series. Um, yeah, so I wanted to do something different, right? Because all of my parks have an attitude of its own. They have their own personality,
Yeah.
and it gets hard to create new personalities for a park. So I thought, when I did Shorehaven Pier, it was all about ripping off Brighton as much as possible, and actually that worked because it took some of the pressure away from being innovative, and it took some of the pressure away from building stuff because I was able just to build from real life. And I knew it existed in real life as well, so people couldn't go, "Oh, that's not very realistic." So I'm like, "Well, there's literally a picture of it there, so shush, have a day off."
Go
And
touch grass. It'll be fine.
yes, exactly, yeah. And I thought, actually, if I start to build from the likes of Hershey Park and Dollywood, and like some of the other American parks, and use that as a foundation for the park, then it works. And it's now just flourished into something that's going to turn into like a 30-episode series. Easy. It's going to be 3 phases. It's going to be 30 episodes. It's going to be a massive park. And it's going to put Reigate Lake to shame, I think.
Oh my god.
And I was watching back and looking back at some of the Reigate Lake stuff, which is like the first series. And do you know what? That park's a bit crap. It's amazing for detail. I sort of had to plan everything out, where every nut and bolt was, every cable, every finite detail, minute detail. But
Yeah.
when I look back, I'm like, it's not a very good park.
Well, I disagree, but I get what you're saying.
I think it's because I prefer the plausible realism as opposed to ultra realism. Like, you set an expectation when you do ultra realism.
Sorry. Oh, shit. One of my mods has the most terrifying walk-on sound ever, and it just got played. I'm sorry. There he is. Jesus. So yes, I totally get what you mean. I've always gone for the plausible stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of pressure then, I think, on you, yeah, because you're known for your realistic stuff. Do you find that people like get a little bit salty if you decide to do the plausible realism instead of the ultra realism?
You know what? They get more salty when you do ultra realism. Plausible realism is stuff that you can sort of believe exists in real life. You can use your imagination to imagine where nuts and bolts go and cables go and height limits and height ceilings and that sort of stuff. When you do plausible realism, there is that element of, yeah, okay, it could exist in real life. You might not have ever seen it, you might not have witnessed it with your own eyes, but it's plausible that exists.
Right.
But when you do ultra realism, and you are accounting for every nut and bolt, and you are accounting for every single piece that needs to be in that support structure, or the angles of your first drops and that sort of stuff, that's when people start getting triggered by it, because they will then use their observation. They'll use the thing that they've seen at their local park and say, yours is not realistic because. So they get saltier when you do ultra realistic stuff. And I think I prefer the plausible realistic because it enables you to have a bit of fun with your imagination. You can sort of sit there and think, well, okay, I don't have to show where this cable is going, because in what am I trying to say? In real life?
Yeah.
Yeah, get my words in. Hey, do you know what? It takes me so many attempts to do the segments of my episodes because I just chat rubbish.
Yeah, me too. That's streaming. I mean, that's what it is. It's raw, and your mistakes are out there for everyone to see and hear. So
that's it. It's recorded and it's out there. Yeah. So you don't have to account for everything. You can just sort of say, actually, do you know what? In real life, that cable would be hidden behind that wall. Therefore, I don't have to build that. I don't have to make that obvious. And when I look back at the stuff on Reigate Lake, I was putting stuff in because it looked good for decoration. So I was looking. Putting things like the AEDs, the defibrillators and stuff in places. And I'm like, actually, nowadays, so 2 years is a long time in regulation periods, by the way. Stuff has changed in relation to where stuff like AEDs should be and whatever.
Right.
But
hey, Okie dokie. Hey, Slangani. How you doing? Sorry.
Hi, guys. Hi. Hi. So yeah, you tend to find that you get that. You use Theme Maker's Toolkit and you use decoration for decoration, and you kind of go, oh yeah, that's realistic and it probably isn't.
Well, I mean, also you kind of take it a little bit easier on the piece count too when you're not trying to do, and that's what I always say. I'm like, okay, look, some things I'll do an interior on, some things I will not, and it's like an IKEA table. You know, sometimes the back of it's unfinished because it's against the wall and it doesn't fucking matter. Like,
do you know what? This is very true. It's so true. And I'm finding that with this park that I'm doing now. So I'm finding that as the series go along, people respond better to the plausible realism than they do the ultra realistic stuff, because you almost price yourself out of the market if you start to go too deep into that ultra realistic stuff. That ultra realistic stuff is nice to have. It's nice to see it. It's nice to see the thought processes behind it, and it's nice to use the experience that I had in my old jobs and stuff to be able to bring it all to life. But do you know what? It's a game at the end of the day, and people don't respond very well to that sort of stuff in a game. You lose the idea of it being fun, and you lose the creative aspect of it being fun when you start to do that ultra realistic stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm finding that people respond better to plausible realism where they can relate to what you're doing and replicate it themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And with ultra realism, I feel like there's always this weird pressure because you're always going to forget something that somebody else might remember, or things might look different where you're from than where somebody else is from, and they might think that you're wrong, and they might be getting frustrated with you. And like if you put a light switch on a wall, but you don't put sockets on the lower walls, you know, for things to plug into, you know, you're going to get roasted.
Exactly.
But those are also things like I always tell my chat, I'm like, okay, look, I'm not doing this because it's not going to matter, because we're going to go away from this building and we're literally never visiting it again. So I'm not worried about it. Like, I just don't. But I've never done like a fully realistic park. I stand in awe and admiration of those of you who can do that, but I don't have the brain power for it, because I will inevitably always forget something. Like, how do you keep it straight? Like, okay, I have to have this cave. Like, you just have to remember so much. Just building an ultra realistic car park, you have to remember so many details. Like, you have to look it up, right? You have to have reference materials, because you're just not going to remember every single little detail, and you're going to spend 20 or 30 hours producing content for your YouTube video just to have somebody in the comment section go, well, you forgot this one arrow on this one road on this one part of this one parking lot. Like, how frustrating is that?
Yeah. Oh, you don't have enough parking spaces. I'm like, I think you find I do. There's an algorithm for that. And
but
it's
but doesn't it kind of it's takes something that should be enjoyable and turns it into a chore? Or do you like that? Like, do you like the kind of grindiness of it? Hey, Ban, what's up?
Do I like the grindiness? Yes and no. You're right. When you spend so much time on an episode and you spend so much time doing stuff for a series, you kind of think, yeah, I'm done. I'm happy to sign it off. I'm happy to edit the episode, send it out, and see where it lands in the world. And it doesn't always land properly, right? So, like, the log flume episode that I put out this week, turns out I missed a queue line fence. And the number of people that have pointed out that I've missed a queue line fence, early days me would have gone, so I've just spent 60 hours doing this episode, and the one thing that you can point out is the fact that I've missed a queue line fence, and not even bothered to praise or whatever the actual build and the final product.
Right.
And that would have been frustrating to me 2 years ago. But nowadays, it's like, actually, it comes with it. People do sort of forget to praise the stuff that they see and ignore the stuff that they don't. But they do it in good faith, right? They do it because they're being helpful. They're doing it because they know that as creators, we are aspiring to a certain level of standard, and we know that we would probably be quite hard on ourselves and punish ourselves if it's not realistic enough, or if it doesn't land properly. So they do it in good faith. They do it because they believe that they're helping out. Sometimes they forget that it does take 60 hours a week for me to do on top of a career, on top of a day job.
Right.
But do you know what? I would never stop somebody from doing that. It's the unhelpful ones that sort of grate on you a little bit. The ones that are based on, oh, this is what I've observed in my one park that I've been to, therefore you're wrong.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, actually, I can see your point, and it's perfectly valid because you're basing it on an observation that you've had.
Right.
So it's based on perceived local fact, but it's not based on worldwide fact. And I'm not perfect, right? There's stuff in the world out there that I have no idea about. There's stuff that exists that I don't know. So I don't know everything there is in the world, but I do have that experience behind me of working with the park designers and the ride manufacturers and on their training materials and how they deliver the training to ride staff and how they build the rides and they lay out the parks and all of that sort of stuff. You can sort of pull all of that together and make it something in Planet Coaster. So despite the fact that somebody may say, oh, this is my observation and this is why I think you're wrong, it's fine, but sometimes people forget that opinion doesn't trump experience, but they do it in good faith. So
Yeah.
I don't feel negative towards them. If that is, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's one of the things that we have as creators where someone will always critique it.
Oh, sure.
but
Yeah.
It is what it is, right? It's I can only do the best I can with the tools that I've got, and sometimes some of these people are actually right. They you do look back and go, oh, actually, maybe they're onto something. They're not entirely correct, but maybe they're onto something.
Right.
Like missing queue line fences.
Well, I mean, yeah. I always tell people, look, that there are limitations in this game. Like, we do have to work within the scope of limitations.
Yeah.
Because people will ask me to make stuff, and I'll be like, okay, I'll give it a try. And I'm apologizing the whole time, because especially for somebody who might not play it, they might not know what the limitations are of the game. They just see, well, if you can make this amazing thing, why can't you make this other amazing
Why can't you
thing?
make this? Yeah. and that's the thing as well. The game does have limitations, right? You do have so many trade-offs. Like, spoiler alert, I'm doing an Intamin for next week's episode.
Ooh, you
an
heard
Intamin
it
launch
here.
coaster. You heard
What's
it here
up,
first.
Welshie? Make a dick rock. I have made a dick rock.
I need to see the dick. Show me the dick.
I didn't put a dick in your park that I made for you.
No, it's boobs.
I
You
put boobs in
mine.
your park. Okay, hold on. I'll show you the dick in a minute. But yeah,
Amazing.
what you go on with what you were saying.
I don't know what I was saying. I got distracted by dick.
Who doesn't? I mean,
Flash a dick in front of me, and that's it. I'm anybody.
that's it. We know how to make Chacho speechless.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm actually burning up. I've gone a little bit red.
Yeah, but I yeah. A live stream has a way of doing that to you too.
That's why I don't live stream, because I know that I'd get cancelled straight away. Like, there's no messing around. They're like, no, this guy's an idiot. Get rid of him.
If they have, I mean, I always say, look, I'm a dumbass with a mic. Like that's the scope of what you get.
That's pretty much every streamer, isn't it? That's like that's all you need. That's the only qualification you need: a mic and a silly attitude, and away you go.
Yeah, there it is.
Love it. I was thinking about this earlier on. You're talking about people's expectations and stuff, and building a UK park for a US audience is really hard. So a lot of my audience comes from the US, but I obviously build UK parks because that's where my experience and stuff comes from.
Right.
And they're not compatible because the UK builds small and clever. The US is all about being bigger, better, faster. And
yes,
when I'm putting coasters into the park, I'm sort of thinking to myself, the layout of this coaster would be far shorter if it was actually in the UK. So I'm claiming to be building a UK, but I can't build a true UK park because the Americans amongst the viewers would then go, well, that's not big enough, or it's not tall enough, or it's not fast enough.
huh? That's really interesting because I love your builds and your parks. I think they're great. But like Moomin's a very British park. As an American, was so different and
Good.
clever. Like I really, and they're hugely. And the European parks, they're also very, very different from the UK parks and from the American parks. Like
Yeah.
But I love seeing those. I love seeing what I don't know about. And sometimes I think like the American parks spend way too much money on making things big and not enough money on making things good. There, I said it. Ooh.
Controversial.
Ooh. I mean, but and that's not a tried and true. Flamingo Land in Britain is just amazing and underrated. A park and a zoo. Oh, is that like Busch Gardens?
It's what?
Flamingo Land, is that like Busch Gardens, like a park
Oh,
and a zoo?
that was an actual question. Sorry, I didn't register that as a question. I thought you were making a statement.
I've never
yeah,
been to
sort
Flamingo
of.
Land.
Flamingo Land's awesome. Yeah. And they've built that up over the last sort of decade or so with some pretty decent coasters, trying to compete with the likes of Merlin Parks and some of the other bigger parks, but being up north. So yeah, it's sort of like a little bit like Busch Gardens, but cheaper.
Well,
it's got a Falair, for God's sake. No park that's got a Falair can be considered good.
has like an inverted drop.
In fact, it has a Falair and an SLC. Mind you, I'm now throwing Canada's Wonderland under the bus, but...
So here's the thing, like, hey Andy man, how the fuck are you doing? Welcome in. For those of you who are just popping in, I'm playing Planet Coaster, and I'm having a nice interview tonight with Nerdchacho, who is an amazing YouTuber who plays Planet Coaster. And I've got your... Hold on. I actually have a command for you.
Oh my god.
I do. If I can remember what it is. That's not it.
Yeah, don't accidentally ban me.
No, I'm not gonna... There it is. It's Nerdchacho YT. So yeah, if any, just click on that YouTube link and go make sure that you hit that subscribe button and hit the bell so you're notified too. Like, was that YouTube enough? Could I be a YouTube person?
Oh, absolutely. YouTube is about being as obnoxious as you can.
Subscribe or I'll ban you. I mean, his name is Ban. His name is Bannon. I used to think it was Ban on 3, but I think it's Ban 1, isn't it? Like, when I first met him, I'm like, Ban on 3? I guess you get, like, 3 warnings before I banned you.
Not anymore. Now you just fail to go to YouTube and that's it.
Either subscribe or be banned. Just that subscriber be banned makes me... I was on Twitter last night at, like, 2 a.m. just scrolling along because I couldn't sleep, and there is financial domination streams. Like, basically it's just this girl, like, she just sits on this bench in front of her bed and she's like, subscribe or I'll ban you. You have 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And like, that's her whole thing. But like, that's a thing. People dig, like, they want to be financially dominated.
Yeah, yes.
And I was just like, wow.
What's going on? We had exactly that. No, I need to be careful with how
what?
I describe this now.
What's going on over there on YouTube?
No, we had a documentary over here in the UK not long ago where one of our Love Island, do you call them celebrities, contestants?
I mean,
people,
yeah, there's
people that was on Love Island.
Yeah,
she was doing a documentary series, and one of those was about financial domination. And she visited someone, and this woman is quite literally like having this guy donate to her, and she's like, £500. Is that all I'm worth? And this guy was just throwing money at her, and I'm like, I'm in the wrong job.
I mean, like, if I had that kind of swagger, every single one of you would be subscribing to me right now.
Yes. If you're not subscribed, then you need to be.
Like, I was just watching it and I was going, wild.
What is this?
I mean, I'm just on Twitter and I'm like, I watched the clip like 4 times and I went, huh, I never even knew that existed. I'm so glad the internet's here to give me an education.
Oh, I tell you what though, Poe, I would call someone dog shit for $2,500.
Yeah. Hold on a second. My child is talking to me. What?
Child's here. Chat, let's entertain Poe.
For what?
A trainee program.
For what?
K-pop.
Oh, okay.
We're all doing different dances. I'm gonna do APs.
Oh, cool. Very cool. Are you gonna do it right now? Okay.
Um,
Sorry about that. Okay, so yeah.
That's all right.
no, so
We're
like
trying to entertain you in the chat, but no one's chatted. And now I
my
feel a bit of a loner.
my child, my 14-year-old, like really, 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 really wants to be a K-pop star. So, they're getting together with a few of their friends who also want to be K-pop stars, and they're auditioning. They're sending in audition tapes to one of the big K-pop producing companies. So she was just telling me that she's going to go downstairs and practice the dance and make the video and everything, and it will be ready to submit on Friday.
Amazing. Do we get to see it?
You know what's so funny is she's really shy about it. Like, I probably won't even get to see it, but yeah, it's like really shy about it, but wants to be on a stage.
It's like, does that work?
Like, here's the thing though. So it's a really kind of weird, interesting industry. Like, if they think that you've got this stuff, then they move you to Korea and they put you up in dorms. And yeah, I don't, yeah, it's a whole ass thing. Like, if your kid is selected, then you have a lot of really big decisions to make, because they generally don't let parents come. So
the obvious question I need to ask is, do you have to be Korean for this to take off?
no. Nope.
Oh.
No. Now, I would say 10 years ago, yes. But now K-pop has become a genre, more like rock or R&B. Like K-pop is like a full-on genre. So now they're taking any kids who show the promise of talent. They go into these dorms, they get put together with other talented kids that they think they'll fit well with. They get put through grueling dance lessons and voice lessons, and then they have to do like audition after audition after. Like, I'm not really a huge fan of it, but I'm also not one to kind of like
Stomp on the dream.
right, exactly. Like I think there would be a hell of a lot of legal stuff for me, like, how do we make sure that you're not being abused, how to make sure that you're being allowed to eat, because like the diet culture is really, really big in the K-pop industry, of course. And like, yeah, like it's a whole thing. But make the tape,
Yeah.
go for it.
Yeah, well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right?
Right.
So
Right.
go for it.
She also wants to go to Oxford one day, so the kid dreams big. Like, I'm a big fan of big dreams,
Yeah, 100%. Well,
Build
can we
your
add
castles in the air.
Eurovision to that as well?
Can we? Yeah. Well, I'm coming up there, right? So we're gonna do Eurovision together, right?
You're right. Yeah, I'm so excited.
That'll
Where
be
do you think it's going to be, though?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. No, I don't either. I no idea. I reckon it might be Glasgow because of the romance of it being held in the same place that the next Netflix film
I mean,
was set.
it's gonna be very cold, yeah.
Oh no, I don't know. It's May, so it'll probably be all right.
I've got the most amazing boots to wear, by the way.
Yes.
They're I think I've showed them to you before. They're like almost knee-high black leather boots, and they have like 9-inch tall rainbow platforms on them.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Wear nothing else.
Yeah, just the boots. That's it.
You can keep the boots on. That is it.
That's it. Exactly. Thank you for the lurk, man. So kind of getting back to what you were talking about, to the interview, since I totally derailed it. It's my channel. It is a poetocracy. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Wow, that escalated really quickly.
Did you like that? That was called poet domination.
A little bit. Yeah, yes. And if people aren't subbing off the back of that, then they're mad.
So you had formerly a career in the theme park industry. Now, did that inspire you to start playing Planet Coaster, or were you a fan of theme park sims before you got into that career?
Oh my god, no, I've been a fan, like, I give my age away. I cut my teeth on theme park. Bullfrog's theme park. And got obsessed with that. And I always used to get frustrated with theme park because there were things that you couldn't do with it. But then when you look back, you sort of sit there and think that it was actually quite an advanced game for its time, for the hardware and stuff that we had. But yeah, I started playing theme park, and then my world changed when Roller Coaster Tycoon came out. Like, I lost so many hours to that game.
Oh yeah.
And it was just revolutionary that you could build these custom coasters where the track could go underneath itself, which wasn't a thing in theme park. And you could build these amazingly realistic looking theme parks with this game. And then Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 came along, and it was like, it gets a lot of flack for feeling like an add-on pack or an update where there's quality of life improvements and stuff.
Right. I loved Roller Coaster Tycoon 2.
Me too.
Oh,
For me,
it was
that was like
so good.
the pinnacle of the series was Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 because it perfected everything that Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 did best and more. It was everything you wished Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 was on
I'm
release.
sorry. I thought that was you. Somebody just did a fart sound in my fucking chat. And I was like, oh my god.
That's why.
Oh, Shane. It's just a shame we couldn't find a pun for this comment. Oh, Slangani likes the sound of poetocracy. Of course he would.
Yeah, of course. Sign up. Sign up now. Everybody sign up.
Cheeky. Oh, so I didn't even know that there was a game before Roller Coaster Tycoon. Was that a PC game?
It was, yeah. So it was done by, the guys that have just done 2 Point Hospital and 2 Point Campus.
Yes.
It's done by the same developer company, or the developers are the same. But back then they were known as Bullfrog.
Wow.
And they did Theme Park, Theme Hospital. I don't know if they did a third one, actually. I think it's just Theme Park and Theme Hospital.
Theme Park might be coming back to me now. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. So I was very late to the computer, to the PC gaming world. I was always a console gamer for a very long time. So, what year was that? Because I think
Theme Park?
Yeah.
94?
Oh,
I wasn't playing it in 94. Yeah, I wasn't playing it in 94. I was
you were
quite
younger
a late
than
starter
that.
to PC. All right, give my age away, Poe. Bloody hell. Just
Look,
because I'm an old man.
Hey, look, in 94, I was 16, okay? So I'm older than you.
How old was I in 94? No, I was 12. Yeah, I was 12 in 94.
See? I do know.
Yeah, it's quite frightening. Have you been stalking me?
I just know things. That's what I do. I play Planet Coaster and know things.
Frightening. So I was playing Theme Park, but I wasn't playing Theme Park long before Roller Coaster Tycoon came along, and then that for me. So that was 99, and I played that from day one. Like literally the day of release, I bought it and fell in love with it and lost a lot of my life to it.
Oh yeah.
The one that I got the most playtime out of, though, is Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, but I think that's more because there was such a gap between the sequels.
Well, I played Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 for 12 years or 15 years or however
easily.
long it was out. I had many happy hours in that game. So when I saw this one coming out, I got it. So were you instantly excited when you saw the first teasers or the first talk about Planet Coaster?
I was skeptical, so I'm going to throw myself under a bus here because Roller Coaster Tycoon, I can't believe these words are about to leave my mouth. I don't even want to taste them coming out of my mouth. But Roller Coaster Tycoon World was announced, and it looked amazing. And it looked like, on paper, everything we wanted from a sequel.
Yeah.
And they got their announcement out before Frontier did.
Yes, they did.
And then Frontier announced what was then Coaster Carnival Tycoon, something like that. And I was a bit skeptical of going, oh, it's just Frontier just jumping on the theme park bandwagon. It can't be any good. It can't be decent or anything like that. Ooh. Well, we all know how that story played out.
Ooh. Ooh, you threw fists there. Yeah, I know it's the same way when the theme park world, wasn't it? Something like that. When it was first announced, yeah, I was excited. But then when Planet Coaster, I want to say the first video was released and it showed the terraforming tool, I was like, oh.
Sold. Yes.
Oh, that's it. Like that was it for me. I hung on to every shred of information after that, and I
Yeah,
was
me too.
so excited.
Yeah. So I was one of the stupid people that signed up for the Roller Coaster Tycoon World
Ooh.
beta. So I bought the game early. I got access to the beta. It was a dumpster fire. It was bad.
I think
So
Shane said the
incredibly
same
bad.
thing. Yeah,
It
Shane
was.
is saying the same thing in chat right now. He did the same thing.
Hey, well, Shane, we live and learn, right? So we saw the light, and we know what happened after that, and we're not even sorry.
No, I mean, that's how it goes, though, isn't it? That's just what happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, what a mess that turned out to be. But as soon as that, for me, right, that launch trailer, the one that plays Lady Antebellum,
Yes.
that was just the perfect launch trailer for the game. You knew something special was launching, and it was we started to get a little bit aggy with Frontier because they sort of went, "Oh, we're gonna do this game," and then didn't speak to us for a year, and everyone was like, "Well, are you doing this or what?" Like. We were used to developers being quite open with us. As we know, Frontier are quite open. When they sort of released the floodgates, they were constantly open, constantly telling us what they were doing, etc., etc. But that gap between them saying we're doing this game and then actually formally announcing it was, it must have been a good year and a half, and it was painful. And people were starting to get aggy. People were starting to get like, "Are you doing this or what?" Because we've just got Roller Coaster Tycoon World. It's a dumpster fire, so this is your time to shine.
Right.
And then that trailer dropped, and you just knew that it was something special that was about to happen. And then when you started to look into the developer who was working on it and know that they had such a big deal and a big part of Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, you're just like, this is good.
That's
Like,
it. Yeah. It's certainly
this is the way forward.
Yeah. So you were in since the beginning then. Like you were like, hell yeah.
Day one. Yeah, day one. I like as soon as I saw the trailer and it became available to purchase as early alpha access, I bought it. I was like, I'm gonna give it a go. And when I loaded that game for the first time, I've still got the Frontier Launchpad. Like I was able to do the video on my channel because I still got the Frontier Launchpad.
Oh, nice. Hello. Let's not game it out. What's going on? Let's not game it out says, I love Mr. Chacho.
I love you back. Big hearts with my hand.
Very cute.
When I loaded that game for the first time, something special happened. And it sounds so like, oh, it's so special. Blah, blah, blah. But
no, I agree though. I totally agree with you.
12 years of waiting for a game like that, despite the fact that it was so early in its development cycle, it was so perfect so early. Like, you can't even explain it.
Kate, you're so funny. Nerd Nacho.
I get called Nerd Nacho all the time. In fact, Channel 5 Gaming called me Nerd Nacho in one of the videos that they did. And I was like, I'm not even going to correct you because it's funny.
So I feel like if you ever start to stream, you have to have a nacho emote with glasses on it. Like you have to have.
That was the original logo. That was the original logo. And I binned it off because I can't draw.
Aww.
I ended up with the pink and blue N and C because it was easier.
I like it. Well, I mean, you're right. I mean, Planet Coaster is definitely something special, and it was something special when it first launched. Like I was there. I didn't do the early like you did, but I got it like the second that it came out. I was waiting on my PC. I'm like, click that buy button, downloaded it, and I think I watched the sun come up that night. Like I started playing it, and the sun was in the sky before I knew it, and I was like, oh my god, this is the best! I love this game.
The sun's coming up and you're still not bothered. You're still carrying on.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, and I was like, how long ago was that? So I had I mean, my kids were both still at home. They weren't super young, but like I still had to like do the whole get up, make breakfast and all that shit, but I didn't even care. Like I was tired, but it was like I'm zombie mom. This game is worth it. You jumped in at the alpha stage, Shane.
Oh, we're the best. Like we're the OGs. So
really,
That's all you need to know. Is the OGs are the ones that, and we're the ones that still keep the game alive, right? Because we bought in from the very beginning.
Yes.
We got sold on it from the very beginning, and we formed part of this most amazing community. So we had all of the creators that were on board. So all of the big Roller Coaster Tycoon creators, all of the small Roller Coaster Tycoon creators,
Yep.
were all jumping ship to Planet Coaster, doing the most amazing, incredible things for the game because they had so much experience in the previous games. You know,
Right,
like,
exactly.
suddenly all of these casual players were now making these most amazing things with this game, and YouTube was like a big thing, big promotion material and stuff for the actual game itself. So you saw the likes of Sylve and Masked Bandit and co all move across from Roller Coaster Tycoon into
So it's
Planet
funny.
Coaster.
Masked Bandit's probably one of my favorites of all time. Like I watched Masked Bandit from very, very early on. But I think probably the person who I was watching play Planet Coaster at that point was James Turner, who is most well known for his Sims. But he was a
Sims
big Roller Coaster Tycoon player. And he was a big Planet Coaster player. And also Corrales, who is a Minecrafter. He's a hermit crafter, but Corrales played extensive Planet Coaster, and he was really good at it. Like, he made some beautiful stuff. And so
his
those
pirate
are the
stuff
ones.
was amazing.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, it was his pirate stuff that inspired some of the stuff that ended up in Chacholandia. So if you look back at some of the way that I set that market town up, a lot of it falls back to his original pirate series.
He's so great. I mean, I love all of his content. I love his hermitcraft shit too. But like, I stumbled upon him, and it was through Corrales that I found Sylve.
Yeah, so I knew about Silver Masked Bandit from Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I was the other way around. I found out about Corrales and Geekism from them.
I love Geekism. I
Me
like
too.
his stuff. I just, I miss Geekism.
Pinewood Hills was the first
so
Park
good.
series that I cut my teeth on, where I watched it from beginning to its inevitable decline. Because he didn't finish the series, right? He went on to do Uzuri Gardens with Masked Bandit, and then Zoo dropped, so that was like their career trajectory changing, and Pinewood Hills was never finished. But that was the first series that I watched from the beginning to its inevitable decline, and then that linked me into the Bronation Park, No Name Landia, and that was a work of art.
No Name Landia was so good. Pinewood Hills was amazing. Yeah, let's game it
agree.
out. Or let's not game it out. Yeah.
100% good park.
Oh, yeah. I love Mike Sheets too. Like, Mike Sheets is, a lot of people always tell me, you know, they love my landscaping, and I'm like, well, a lot of it I got from
him.
Like, it's fully mine now. Like, I've developed my own thing, but like a lot of those early tips, I remember him talking about nature. Where you make like nature, but you make it more neat and tidy. Like, there's the whole nature thing, and I always thought about that when I was doing like landscaping stuff. Yeah,
the three levels where you either have pristine pruned flower beds, controlled nature where you let it grow but you prune it, or uncontrolled nature where you just let it grow wild. Absolutely. And the stuff that Mike Sheets did,
shit your mouth,
because he's still current,
your
isn't
mouth. He? What's up,
Shut your mouth.
I must say, what's up, Nerdchacho? What's up, Nerdchacho? What's up, Ethan? How you doing? Hey, Nate, what's going on? So yeah, I'm interviewing Nerdchacho tonight. So that's who you hear talking to me right now.
That's me.
It is you. Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth. So the stuff that Mike Sheets does, sort of inspired me for my channel. I wanted my channel to be a bit of a combination of geekism, the chilled out nature of Masked Bandit, and the experience that Mike Sheets was bringing. So his zoo series, where he had a better palette of nature stuff, he was basically saying, look, I'm a landscape gardener. I've got all of this experience, and this is how your gardens should look in Planet Zoo. And that for me was like, oh my god, that's a really good, unique selling point. If you can merge the idea of this ultra realistic principle or real life based principles into the game, how good can it be? So for me was like, I want to take all of those three creators and make my own thing from it.
Yep. Hey, Sap Daddy, what's going on? And Fossabot is doing weird things in chat. But what's your question? What's your question, Ethan? Boop. What's up, Moomy? How you doing, babe?
Right, well, we can't talk about Moon anymore.
Oh, I mean, I've been trying to get him in here for an interview, but he's elusive.
I thought you'd already done an interview with Mooms.
What happened to Chacho Tora?
Oh,
Chacho Tours.
Chacho Tours, yeah, Chacho Tours. They. Oh, how'd you answer this one? They haven't gone. They haven't gone away.
There you go.
I've got a whole list of parks that I need to do tours on. I parked it because I started a series, and as it turns out, filming a Chacho Tours episode is actually as long as filming an episode for a series. And it takes just as long because you have to let the park load. You have to make sure it's loaded correctly, and if it doesn't, and the park's taken an hour to load, you've got to close the game, load it back up again, try it again, blah blah blah, and hope for the best. And once you're in, you then have to spend time familiarizing yourself with the park that you're looking at, because this creator that sent you this park has put their heart and soul into building something, and you want to present it in the best light that you possibly can. So I always spend a couple of hours playing the park. I don't do anything to it. I don't build anything or change anything, but I like to sit and watch the park. I like to sit and watch the dynamics, ride some of the coasters, open and close it to see how the guests like filter around the park and all of that sort of stuff. Well, all of that preparation time takes a long time. So I save Chacho Tours for between series, and I need to take a gap on the channel in the coming months because I'm moving, so I'll be pre-filming a load of Chacho Tours to go out whilst I'm inverted commas absent. So they haven't gone anywhere. I do have a list of parks, and I do have a schedule of parks that I do want to tour, but I want to do them justice. They're not just a case of loading a park, recording an episode, editing it, and off you go.
Right, I totally understand that. Let's Not Game It Out said that they've learned a whole lot from your videos. And Sap Daddy, I love Deke. Deke is I was about to get to Deke. Deke is one of my favorite creators. I've watched Deke for years. I've watched him on YouTube and on Twitch, even though I have to stay up until 2 a.m. and he doesn't stream that much anymore. 2 a.m. on Tuesdays, I think, is when he was doing it. Yeah, Deke is great. His Cedar Flags is he's great at landscaping. He's amazing. So Nerdchacho.
I didn't realize that was Deke. I watched the Cedar Flags series, but I didn't realize that was Deke.
Yeah, he's great. I really like him. I like him. He's very down to earth too. Like, I just like his kind of down to earth personality. He's a nice guy. Like when I've watched his streams, he's always like totally interactive with chat, and you know, I appreciate that sort of thing.
And do you know what? I love it when people say, "Oh, I learnt loads from your videos," because I didn't set out to be teachy, right? I know that my early stuff in Reigate Lake, like I watched that back the other day and cringed because I was like, oh my god, I'm really static. I'm really uncomfortable. You can tell I'm uncomfortable. I'm really not my own personality. And I'm a little bit like telling people how to do things and why they're doing things. And I think the first couple of series kind of gives you the ideas of this is how you do it, this is why you do it, etc., etc. And then future series rests on the viewers having watched those previous episodes, because they then passively know what I'm doing. So they know why, like with your filing cabinet now, they'll know why I'm putting the filing cabinet there or why I've used the filing cabinet for that purpose, because they would have seen it in previous series for X, Y, Z purposes. And what I've found is as I've started to do those future series, or as the series are going along, I'm finding that my real personality is starting to come out more. Like, I'm starting to not give a shit about what people think about me, whereas in the early days it was all about, oh, I've got to be this cool YouTuber and I've got to be like all super chill and everything. And do you know what? That's forced. It's not. It's just it doesn't go down very well.
I think we all kind of learned that. Like, it takes a tremendous amount of courage to put yourself out there, and it's a very, 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 very scary thing to do, let alone do it totally being yourself, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We
and I will
full of the doubt, aren't we?
100%. And I remember, so I didn't do Planet Coaster as my first series. I did a series called Try Not to Suck At, and it was a game called Airport CEO. I love it. Such an awesome game. So it's from an indie developer, so it's not like a AAA game like Planet Coaster is, but it's still an amazing game.
Right.
And I pre-recorded that series over the span, during COVID, over the span of, I think, 2 weeks. It was 30 odd episodes. And it was using the alpha version of the game, so it was all very obvious that, that the game was still in development, blah, 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 blah. And I remember recording episode 2, thinking to myself, who's even going to watch any of this? Like, why am I even doing this? And I genuinely... I went into YouTube with the wrong intention at the time. I went in thinking that I was going to be able to throw some videos at YouTube that were going to go viral, and then my threat of not having a job to go back to after COVID was all sorted. YouTube was going to become my income, etc., etc. What I quickly learned was there is a very passionate community of Planet Coaster players out there that are willing to receive and are receptive to anybody who plays the game and plays the game well.
Right.
And they are the ones that you need to value more than chasing views. So you end up building things for your viewers and building it for them because you know that they're going to appreciate it and you know that they'll show you the love for it.
Right.
So
yeah.
my attitude towards it changed. So whereas I was going from the beginning of thinking, oh, I'm just going to be this really cool YouTuber, I'm going to give off this impression that I'm super cool and super chill, blah, 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 blah. And in reality, that's not me at all. I'm a flake. Like, I lay at night. I lay at night thinking about what people think about me, and I say stupid things, and I am the least cool, socially awkward person you will ever meet in your life. And I started to think, do you know what? My early videos are not authentic me, and that comes through. Well, I watched them back. I'm trying to be someone I'm not. But nowadays, with the stuff that I'm doing in this series, and no doubt I'll look back on this series in a few series' time thinking exactly the same thing. But at least I can go, I'm doing this series and I'm authentically me. I make mistakes in videos. I don't go back and correct them. I say stupid things. I say the wrong things. And off we go. And I think that's the authenticity that you need. And that's why, like, people love you, because you're authentic. You are you. You are unapologetically you, and you are good at what you do. And that's what makes people fall in love with the channel, because they fall in love with the creator, they fall in love with the person. And it's exactly the same for Moomin as well. Moomin is just so incredibly likable.
Oh god, so likable.
People just buy into it straight away, right? And it's the same with Geekism, it's the same with Mike Sheets, it's the same with Masked Bandit. They're likable. They are likable people.
Oh, super. Yeah, absolutely. And let me catch up on chat a little bit. Death
Oh yeah, sorry, we
your
ignoring the
videos
chat.
are always inspiring. Sap Daddy says inspiration comes from the quick list of creators: Deke, Mast, Galcian, of course, Justin, which is the Digital Bench, Sylvan, Strakey, all amazing, absolutely amazing creators. Yeah, absolutely.
In answer to the Sap Daddy question, which I think has been posted after we talked about it, I've been playing Planet Coaster since day one, like literally the minute it launched. And I had super fast broadband then as well. Like I had 200 megaseconds, so that game came down in no time at all. And I was already, I was a member of a Facebook group, which I am not a member of anymore. But I used to be a member of a Facebook group, and I was like, oh my god, I'm in. And I then posted screenshots, and everyone was like, how are you playing this already? And I was like, super fast broadband, baby.
Not bragging at all.
Yeah. And it was amazing. And I was like, don't worry about me, guys. You're not going to hear from me for a long time.
But by the way, I don't find you, just as a personal aside here, I don't find you to be, oh my god, it's so big. That is not how big I need that.
That's what she said. It's not the first time I've heard that today.
Talk to me, baby. You'll hear it all the time.
Okay, we're getting distracted by dicks again.
I know it's a thing, but I think that you're absolutely amazing. I just, like, the second that I saw you on YouTube, I was like, oh, I love this guy. And then like when we got to like meet and stuff, I was like fangirling at first, but trying to play it real cool, because I also try to be cool, even though I'm totally not cool. But I found a very warm, wonderful person. And I just I fucking adore the tits off of you, man. But you know, I think it's the same for about anybody who starts doing streaming or YouTube. When I first started, I definitely tried to be, I tried to fit a mold, you know, and I tried to be super family friendly. And not that I'm not, it's just that's not me. Like, I wasn't myself because I had to monitor every single thing that came out of my mouth. And then one day I just put my channel to 18 plus and just decided to be myself. And like with each stream, I feel like I'm more relaxed. You know, like I wasn't ever myself, but it was like I had my work personality on at first. And now I have I'm hanging at home with my sweatpants on and like I'm drinking a beer and I might say fuck. Like that's now you get the home personality. So Mirage 2108 says I've taken a ton of inspiration from Planco YouTubers, mainly you, Chacho.
Steal as much as you want. That's
Moving's
what
great,
that's
but
what
if you want to learn
all
more
I'm
about
doing.
coasters, go for Chacho. Yeah, the
see,
Planet
that's-
X Discord is great. I'm in the Planet X, of course.
Too right, and that's so
Poo.
going back to those comments.
First time in chat, and it's poo.
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 Yeah, that works.
Poop. Wait, hold on. There's a poo command. Hold on. Ruben made it the other day, and I laughed my ass off. Let me find it. Where is it? Ruben. There it is. Poop pellets.
I need to ask, by the way,
pellets.
is Brains51 here listening to us now?
Well, we'll find out. I don't know, but apparently and that's like one of the things I do is like I'll make up these little songs, and a lot of times if I'm playing Planet Coaster, I'll just do it like, or you know, it's like a stream of consciousness. And sometimes when I'm streaming, I'll just be so comfortable with chat and things are just flowing that I'll kind of forget that I'm streaming, and that stream of consciousness comes out. And the other day I did a little song about poop for some reason. And Moomin clipped it. I thought he remixed it. He was like, no, that's exactly what you said in your stream.
Oh my god.
And like I was so unaware that I had done that. And if that were a YouTube video, I might have been tempted to go back and be like, I'm gonna take that out of there. By the way, our interview will be put on YouTube, and it's just going to be put on YouTube completely raw, no edits. So just letting you know.
I am totally alright with that. And then, do you know what? I had to literally bite my tongue because there are so many innuendos and so many crass jokes that I could make. I'm just not going to. I'm actually gonna. If your channel was monetized on YouTube, that video would not be.
I'm pretty sure my channel's not monetized on YouTube. First of all, I have like not enough videos and not enough views. But second of all, I just dump raw streams on there, and I say dick like 8,000 times. So it's not happening. You've had
it's
so many
fine.
fights with the profiling of drops, and then you watch Chacho's videos and have drops sorted in a matter of minutes. Although now you have an existential crisis from the realization of heartlining offset on B&M Wing Coaster. So God.
Oh my God,
This is your
my
territory.
It broke my world. It broke my heart. So there's a new guy in town. It's a channel called it's underscore Raven. I've been talking to him for a while, and do you know what? This is actually quite a funny story. I hope he doesn't mind me telling it. So he was one of the users that criticised the first drop of one of the B&M hypers that I did, and was like, "Oh, can I correct it for you?" And I was like, "No." Because it's the same as Candemodium. Anyway, we started chatting because he was giving me loads of documents and inspiration and stuff about US legislation, and I was like, actually, this is really super helpful, like, because it helps me to start to plan if I ever do an American Park series. So we started chatting, and he is an amazing builder. Like, there's a whole league of builders that I consider to be above me, and they consist of the likes of Solaris, who has this amazing
Solaris.
eye for detail, that he is the person that can go, that's where your screws need to go, that's where your nuts and bolts need to go, that's where your plug needs to go, and
Right.
I'm going to make the interior look amazing at the same time.
Yeah.
So, like, for me personally, I think that he is a league above me. Even Raygate Lake a league above like that level. And It's Raven, he is operating at that level as well. Like I've seen the screenshots for the park. I'm kind of consulting with him, so he sends me screenshots and stuff and says like, "Oh, is this right for park layout and whatever?" And I'm like, "You don't need to ask me any of this. You've got this sorted." Like the stuff that he's producing is just the most amazing quality. So I don't know where I was going with this. I did have a point and it's gone. So if this was me recording a section of a YouTube video, I totally would have just stopped, frustrated myself, punched the wall, and started to re-record.
Welcome to my world, man.
It's live. I can't take it back.
It's live.
But no, so he's incredibly talented, and he does this. Like his park series, he's a new YouTuber, so he is still finding his personality. He's still trying to find who he wants to be on his channel. But his builds are next level amazing, and I think he's starting to learn that actually this ultra realistic stuff is taxing.
Oh, it's so taxing. Yeah.
Yeah. But he is bloody good, and he's an artist, and that's the thing, right? People like Solaris and him, and to an extent, Must Bandit and Sylv, they are artists. You play the game in one of three ways, right? You either play it plausibly realistic, where you can take a look back and go, yeah, okay, do you know what? This could exist in real life. It contains a lot of real life elements. It could do a lot of inspiration from other parks. You could steal a lot of things from other parks. You could probably get clones and stuff. So you do that plausible realism,
Right?
Or you do the stupid stuff. You know, like you bowl roller coasters into people, and you end up doing like Let's Game It Out style videos, which are so much fun to watch.
I like bowling roller coasters into people like right
Yeah.
now. Like I would love to just. Well, I mean, Sylv he's able to do it all because he could do the realism, but he does the fantasy so
well, and that's the third level
in a realism way. Like
exactly, yeah.
Like
So
Galcian
that's the
does
third
fantasy
level.
in a fantasy way, and then like Silverhut does fantasy in a way where you could be like that could be in a movie. Like you could recreate this. This is it's amazing.
Nice.
Disgustingly beautiful.
Oh, Ethan,
Yeah.
thank you. You've got a nice bush too. Thanks. He said nice foliage. I had to be a
Nice
smartass.
bush.
Nice bush.
So yeah, Sylv is that third level of player, that fantasy player where you can just pull out any scene or anything from your imagination and just make it look amazing. It's the Disney level. It's the Universal Studios level of imagination. I don't have that. I can't do that level of build. I just don't. I have neither the patience, the skill, or the artistry to do it. But yeah.
Never pull out. It's the rule.
So, could I do a collab with him? Who is him?
I think they were talking about Solaris.
Oh, I have done. You just don't know it. You heard that here first.
Wah. Oh, for Plants and Daisy. I gotcha. So, you and I were talking about doing a collab. And
Yeah, when are we doing it?
Yeah, I think we both said we have to get through September 1st, right? Like, is it that what we were like? It's just, right now, it was nuts for both of us when we were talking about it. And, yeah, I think we talked about not September. It's as far as we got, isn't it?
Well, if you're still up for doing the Past the Park, then I'm totally up for that.
Yeah, I'm totally up for a Past the Park. I sure as shit.
Should we involve Moomin as well and see if we can fry his computer?
I mean, I don't know if he'll involve us. That's the problem.
Well, he's not a selfish creator. He's not like mine.
No, he's
not me. God.
I know. He's just busy.
Oh, he's not busy. He's just saying that to get rid of you.
Moomin! Is this true? Oh my god! I'm sad. What the hell? So it's so difficult being famous. I mean, I wish I knew what that was like. I'm not like a Moomin or a Nerdchacho.
Oh, remember, Moomin's more famous than me. He's got more subs. And somehow can hoover them up. And I am not jealous about that at all.
I'm not either.
And this is the thing, right? Moomin can hoover up the subs and they stick. People sub to me to use it as a bookmark. They go, I'm gonna sub to this to watch something later. I'm then gonna watch you and then decide that actually you're a bit shit and then unsub. So I watch my sub count fluctuate all the time. So I'm not jealous of Moomin at all in any way, shape, or form.
Shut the fuck up! Oh my god, you run into undead slaying. That's awesome. Are you running with them? So I, it's funny you say that because I always say that I'm the streamer that people watch when there's no other streamers to watch.
But hey, they're watching you, right? That's all that matters.
I think we're all jealous of each other. We're just waiting for that no TMTK park at 10K. Oh, are you doing a no TMTK park? I forgot that you said that.
Yeah. I've also said there's a Disney park at 100K, but no one's picked me up on that.
Ooh.
And that's partly because I'm never going to hit 100K.
I mean,
so
you are definitely. I think that you are. You know what's funny is, I mean, Planet Coaster is a very niche little game, isn't it? It's a very niche little game, and it's got a very kind of very, very niche little community. Oh God! Sorry, I got the F1.
I saw it come up in chat, and I was like, oh, she's not noticed that yet.
Nope, I haven't, because I'm trying to look for I'm trying to make a custom fence, and I don't know what I want to do with it. That's the worst. Like, you know, when you're making a YouTube video, you can get up and you can walk away. Like, I'm on a stream and I can't figure out what the hell to do. I can't figure out how I want to make something or what I want to make, and it's not coming together, and I'm feeling the pressure, and people are watching and they're like, what the fuck, Poe? And, you know, like, I'll lose viewers instantaneously because I suck, right? Like, it is so scary to stream this game.
TMT.
It really is.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%. And you do also get that when you're building as well. So like a lot of the times people on my channel are like, "Oh, I wish you'd just show me a time lapse of what you do." And I'm like, "No, really, you don't want to see that." It's like, because I am not considerate with my camera. I'm not considerate with what I do. I build something, delete it. And I'm a quick builder, right? So I'm very much a have an idea in my head and it needs to get out of my head as quickly as possible, so I find the most efficient way of doing it. Like, whereas at the moment we're watching you and you're perfectly happy and in your element to sort of like play around with positioning and play around with different items and see how it looks, no, I'm very much it needs to get out of my head and needs to get out of my head as quickly as possible. So I know military precision, roughly what I'm going to do, how I'm going to do it, and how quickly I can get it done. And that's how I can churn out the episodes that I do.
So
and
you plan then. So you plan. See, I don't
I
plan
do,
anything. Like for this park, so I'm hosting, now it's time for my plug. If you use the haunted command in chat, you will find all of the information you need for my Halloween blueprint contest. I am currently building the entrance for the Halloween blueprint contest. Now, my idea was that I was going to build the witch's cottage from Hansel and Gretel. That was as far as I got for planning. I was like, every single bit of this has just been, oh, let's put this here and see if it looks good. Okay, great, it does. Let's put this here and see if it looks good. Okay, great, it does. So, like, you actually plan your shit. But I'm
it's
like,
Raven's here.
Moomin wants to know...
Sorry, Poe, I've interrupted.
No, it's okay. Hi, Raven. Hi, it's Raven. How are you? You're editing your time lapse and you're giving yourself a headache. They suck. I've heard that. So you've got a couple of questions. Moomin wants to know how you deal with builder's block. And Let's Not Game It Out wants to know, do you spend more time in the UI than actually building?
Ooh. Right, so let's do Moomin's first. So,
okay.
I say this quite a lot. I build for the bin. So when I have, because in fact the invert coaster I've just done is a prime example of that. Where I sort of sat there staring at this space where the B&M invert that's coming on Sunday. I sort of sat there and was like, this really isn't turning out how I want it to. So I need to get it out of my system because something is causing a block. Something's not sitting comfortably. So I then do one of two things. I either build for the bin, where I finish something and then delete it, and that gives me the closure of whatever it was that was blocking me from doing whatever. So I know I build and finish something knowing I'm about to delete it, and it's quite refreshing.
That's actually a
Or
really, really, really good idea.
it works so many times because you get whatever's bugging you in your system, you get rid of it. It's a psychological thing of saying, right, I've led myself down this path. I've ended up backing myself against the wall. I need to get out of this, but the only way of getting out of that is to delete what I've done and sacrifice what you've done. So that's the first one. The other one is to build what you're inspired to build. So for the B&M invert, I placed down the layout, and I was happy with the layout, but it wasn't coming to life. It didn't have a personality. It didn't sit right, and no matter how much I moved it or changed the terrain around it or what, it just wasn't working. So I was like, well, I have this idea of roughly where I want the Intamin launch coaster to go, and I've got this idea of where I want. Oh, this is all spoiler alert, by the way. This is exclusively being heard here first. Where I want a lakeside lodge to go, not a hotel, but like a restaurant. And then how I wanted to transition from the log flume into the B&M invert, and where I wanted that to then go into the station of the cable cars. So,
I'm sorry. I love hearing. I hear Moomin's voice like just out of nowhere, and it always just makes me giggle.
TMTK.
Ooh, TMTK. I love Moomin.
So you build what you're inspired to build to get that out of your system. So you tend to find that creator's block comes along when something else is trying to fight with it. It's either the lack of inspiration, where you build for the bin, or it's because you're inspired to build something you're not building currently, and that's where you just need to get that out of your system. And what you tend to find is that then sparks ideas going forward.
Yeah, that's
there
true.
is a secret third one.
Ooh.
Rip something off from real life and then make that your own.
Yeah.
So like the station for the B&M invert started off being a complete rip off of the Sky Rush at Hershey Park.
It's Raven. You know what? It's Raven. I've often thought that. And I've talked to them both at the same time. Like we've all been in a chat together, and I've still thought that. I'm like, how do they?
Still not sure. Well, you know what they say about Batman? Like I could be Batman because you've never seen me and Batman in the same room.
I mean, I'm Bat Poet. But yeah, I'm not gonna do Bat Poet because nobody's redeemed the goddamn channel points. I just thought I'd come out here and say that, yeah.
That was the first question. What was the second question?
Okay, hold on.
Do I spend more time in the UI than I do in game?
Building, yeah.
So no, I spend a lot of time in game, and I spend a lot of time trying things out. But I tend to find that if I'm going to commit to a build, I commit to it, go for it, and build it as quickly and as efficiently as I can so that I can just move on to the next thing. But what I do in advance, what I do in advance. Oh, that's going to be a channel sound now.
That is going to be it. Yep, I bet you Moomin's clipping it right now, and it's going to pop up in like 3 minutes. Doo-doo, 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 and then
Doo-doo.
Chat's going to be going doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo.
Doo-doo. So what I do, I don't even know what I was going to say. I just got shit on the brain now.
If it's not, I mean, I thought it was Dick, but we'll go.
Well, that too. But that's also exclusive. No, so what I do is I do sit in game and start to plan out where I want things. So that you'll see it mostly in like the first update of every episode where you see just concrete pads or concrete walls. That's roughly where I want things to be. That's not necessarily the final size. That's not necessarily the final position or the final whatever. But that's roughly where I want things. So I'll sit there and think, right, this area needs toilets, it needs food, it needs supporting rides, it needs the main attraction. It might need a gift shop, it might need a photo shop. And then it might need some kind of decoration, and this is roughly how big I want the plaza to be. So I'll sit there and plan all of that out as a base.
Right.
But that normally comes after I've done the star attraction. So if I'm doing a roller coaster, I'll place the roller coaster down first, roughly in the area that I want it to be, and then I let the area naturally grow around it. So I don't necessarily have a plan for the area. that's a bit of a lie. I do have a plan for the area. I have a master plan for the area, but I don't know what the detail is until I've built the coaster. So like the arrow suspended that I did in the most recent park, I kind of knew that I wanted it to fly underneath the path. I kind of knew that I wanted the lift hill in the position that it was in, and I kind of knew what the theme was going to be. It was going to be like the 90s jank kind of theme.
Right.
The rest just happened. I just played it out, and that was it. It just sort of it was allowed to grow its own legs. It was allowed to come to life on its own. Same with the wing coaster. I knew roughly where I wanted the wing overdrop. I knew that I wanted it to go straight into a 0G roll because that's the typical 1-2 combination that you get on a wing coaster.
Right.
And I knew roughly where I wanted the end to be and how I wanted it to be. The rest just happened.
That's so cool. That's so cool. I mean, I know, like, some people really, really plan out. Like, sometimes I'll do a drawing of kind of like the general layout that I want, but it never sticks. So Mirage says they tend to... That's what she said. Mirage says that they tend to rip off 2 or 3 rides and somehow stitch them together. I like that. That sounds like me. And Chacho, your fans already know your rip-off tricks. Ethan wants to know, how do you choose your collab partners? Well, I know how he chose me. I said, Chacho, I want to do a series with you, and I'm not going to take no for an answer. You're either going to do it, or I'm going to unsub. And then he was like, okay, cool.
Okay, I'll do it. Fine. Yeah, that's like, it's the old adage of you don't choose your partners, they choose you. They basically hound you for months on end until you say yes. That's when you know they're desperate to do a collab with you, because, yeah.
I'd say that anybody who wants to do a collab with me is desperate.
No, not at all. No. No, I'll collab with, as long as I've got the time to, I'll collab with pretty much anybody. People keep saying, oh, you need to collaborate with Sylv. I'm like, I would if Sylv would return my calls.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. I think some people, and I might have thought it too before I started to stream, but I think sometimes people think that we all know each other.
Yeah. I was like, that's not me throwing shade at Sylv, by the way. That's like literally me saying he's a busy man. He's got stuff to do. He's got his own channel to run. He's got a career to have. He's got his own personal life, etc. Why would he want to collaborate with me? Like, what do I offer any other streamer other than me chatting shit for 2 hours on their live stream?
I mean, that's enough for me. Like that's exactly what I want somebody to offer me. Like, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Sold. I'll come back every week if that's all right.
Okay, cool. I mean, I'm totally down with it. I mean, when I think about that, like for me, for people to collab with, or even people like, cause of course I play DayZ, so I play 2 games. When I think about like who I want to do runs with in DayZ, it's always about who I genuinely like, who I genuinely want to spend a lot of time with, because, well, whether you're doing a park or whether you're doing a run in another game, you're talking about multiple hours of your life that you're going to kind of give to another person. So, like, for me, it's got to be somebody who, and I can put aside things and be professional. That's fine. It will treat it like a job. But, like, I typically would choose based on, like, who I just enjoy spending time with, you know? Like, that's kind of as simple as it is. Or whose style I think would complement mine.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, I've just seen in Discord, it's so old that you need to turn me down or I need to shut up. Thanks, Brendan.
I already turned you down.
Oh, okay.
I did that a while back.
Like, yeah, that's totally me. I'll stop shouting.
You're down for that? You'd collab with me any day. Really, Ethan? Like, Ethan, I don't know if you ever seen Death Fears and stuff, but oh my god. I mean, roller coasters? You like roller coasters. He likes roller coasters. Like, he's good.
Send me a coaster to put in a park. That means I haven't got to do one. I can decorate it.
Oh man, I was hoping that you would literally do all of my coasters for my DayZ park, because like right now I'm on the struggle bus. You should see the coaster. Do you want to see the coaster I built?
You bet I do, because I want to take the mick out of it.
Yo, please. That's exactly what we're going to do. So I do have to ask you, like, we have to actually do the interview. So there are certain questions that I kind of like to ask everybody. One of them is, what was the first video game that you fell in love with?
Mario Kart on the SNES.
On the SNES. Oh my
Yeah.
god, you're so young.
I know, right? I still have my SNES as well.
Oh, mine is in storage somewhere. Yeah. Mine
So
is
yeah,
in storage somewhere.
I love it. I love my SNES. So yeah, Super Mario Kart for the SNES. That was the first like proper game as a kid that we had. We didn't have consoles and stuff when I was a youngster, so having a SNES was like a big deal.
Yeah.
So Mario Kart came with it. So we didn't have a multitude of other games to play. So I kind of like fell in love. It's almost a bit Stockholm syndrome. Is that right? Stockholm syndrome or Copenhagen syndrome? Which one is it where you fall in love with your captor?
Yeah, Stockholm.
Stockholm syndrome. So it's Stockholm syndrome in the sense that I didn't have any other games to play. So I just fell in love with the one game that I was given.
Are you going to rip me off, Chacho? Are you going to rip off all my ideas?
Oh yeah, too right. This whole recording is like I'm sitting here thinking, oh, I'm going to steal some of those things that you're doing on your in your blueprint build. It's fine,
be aware.
and I'll claim it to be my own.
You should. You totally should. So Mario Kart. I still play Mario Kart. I play it on the Switch. Play it with my child. It's a great game. It's still one of my favorites. So you were started on consoles. Like, when did you get your first PC that you gamed on? What was your first PC game?
My first PC game. You asked me to go back many years now, Pirate. You know that, right?
If I can remember mine, you can remember yours, okay? I've got like 10 years on you, okay?
I don't remember what I had for breakfast, let alone what I was playing in the 90s. I'm of that age now where I'm like, what? I woke up, happy days. I'm happy to have woken up this morning. It takes me an hour to check that I didn't die in my sleep.
Yeah, you just ever go to sleep and you think, well, this could be it.
Yeah, like this might be lights out. So this was fun. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for all the fish.
Yeah. I'm not that old, by the way. I'm starting to feel it.
Stockholm syndrome is when you're obsessed with collaborating with Sylve, but he doesn't return your calls.
And I don't think he's not returning my calls because he's being rude. I think he's just got other things to do. I get it, right? Yeah. I'm not mad at all. So first PC game, I think probably would have been SimCity 2000 because I loved SimCity on the SNES.
Yeah.
So the second game I fell in love with on the SNES was one that I bought myself with my pocket money, and that was SimCity for the SNES. And I lost a lot of time of my childhood on that game. And then when I bought my first PC, it was SimCity 2000 that was sort of like the game to have. So I think SimCity 2000 was my first PC game, but my first love would probably have been Theme Park. That's what started it.
Oh. So that was it. Like, once you were there, do you still play console games, or are you just strictly a PC gamer? Bye, Shane. Hugs and kisses and stars for wishes. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Thanks, Shane. Bye. No, so I crack open the SNES every now and again. Well, I want a bit of a nostalgia hit on Mario Kart and Super Mario World. Oh my god, what a game that is!
It's good. It's good.
And to this day, I still can't beat Tubular. In the special star zone, you know, you get the 10 levels, and then once you complete the 10 levels, it turns everything brown in the main world.
Yeah.
I can't get past Tubular. Even approaching my 40s, I still can't beat that bloody level.
Hey, Grumpier Face Man, how you doing? So I like Paper Mario. I'm not ashamed to say it. I like it. It's a fun game.
Classic.
That's a classic. It is. I do. I love little platformers like that. They're a lot of fun. So, do you have any like guilty pleasure games? Like, are you secretly a sweaty Call of Duty player? Like, do you have any secret pleasure games that you would never put on YouTube or stream, but you play?
That's a bloody good question. So it won't surprise you guys to know that I play like proper nerdy games.
Ooh, nice build.
Or like the tycoon style games. So, and city builder games. All the typical mainstream ones, right? So City Skylines, SimCity.
I love City Skylines.
Do I have a guilty pleasure? You know, like the cringe game.
Are you ready to see my cringe coaster? By the way, this
I really am.
This is my park inspired by DayZ.
I love it. The
It's-
trouble is, this is going to be like loads of lost references on me because I don't
Yeah,
play
it's
DayZ.
really gritty. Yeah, it's just a really, really gritty game. But I mean, I've been making custom signs for people. Like,
Oh, stay wet. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, stay wet.
Yeah,
So,
100%.
Here we go. I was
So
thinking
do
the
I
same
have-
thing, Moomin. I'm like, I bet he's a hentai gamer.
Pirate, this is a really difficult question to answer.
Oh, she does your name.
What? Did I? Hold up. Did I just enter some kind of alternative reality without knowing it? Is this what happened when you loaded this park? We crossed into an alternative reality. Did I die midstream and this is what death is?
Oh, notice me, senpai. Well, you
Sorry.
know, I did live in
I was
Japan
like-
for 5 years. I picked up a little bit of the language when I was there. What's up, Batfink? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm still trying to think of my guilty pleasure game because they're all so normal. Like all the games I play are so bloody normal. And I'm trying to think of like the most obscure game that I play that everyone's like, okay, that's a weird one, but I don't have one. So I am going to say that my guilty pleasure is occasionally I dip into Roller Coaster Tycoon World.
I'm pointing and laughing.
It's only because I want to go back and see whether it's still as shit as it always was.
I don't think anything's changing, my man. So check this thing out. I'm gonna take it out. I'm gonna take it all out. I don't even like the scenery around it, but the here's the. I'll let you
Okay,
look
so
at
we-
it and then we'll
we
ride
have a
it.
we have a B&M.
Is that
we
what
know
it
that
is?
much. Is it a B&M? Oh, well, no, it's Giovanolo,
I
isn't
don't
it?
know
It's the
what
old.
it is. It's
Yeah.
it's a thing. It's look, it's green. It's green and green. Like if two are
Okay.
green, I'm happy. Because
Yeah, but you know that they're green because the coaster is that bad that the game's just like, it's okay.
Shit.
Just
Oh yeah.
you did
just-
well.
Right.
10 out of 10 for
exactly.
trying.
No, exactly. But I never get in the green. Like I need it. So here's the thing. So here's the thing that I need out of a coaster in my parks. Personally, I give a shit. I don't know anything. I like to ride coasters. If it can make me say woohoo and scream a little bit, I'll ride it. Like I don't care. I don't give a
He
shit.
said.
But I don't give a shit about what kind it is, and I'm not gonna take the time to research it because I just can't be arsed, right?
That's half the fun, right?
but, like-
You're just doing it.
It needs to look good in the park, like in the skyline of the park, and it needs to be like rideable. And this is not it.
Well, as I'm famously say, it's not terrible. I have a question though. Why have you used boosters at the end rather than brakes?
Oh, I don't know. I just put something in there so it would like slow it down but not make it stop. I needed it to go all the way.
Okay, it works in principle. No, I mean,
But like,
so
it doesn't even look good in the skyline of the park though. Like it doesn't even have good
It does.
hills. Like it
yeah,
just...
that does. No, it does. That looks like a good coaster. If it was like, because that's what you'd expect to see from this kind of coaster. And out of context, people are probably going to go, "Oh, that Nerdchacho is such an idiot because he's come onto Pirate Stream and he's now ripping apart her coaster." Blah blah blah.
No,
blah.
I want you to rip it apart. Hurt me, God.
And that's not me. Like I don't go roast you. I don't go onto people's streams and go, "By the way, your coaster's shit, and I don't know why you invited me." That should be a soundbite. But no, on the sightline, that looks like it should. Like, you know, it can't be any worse than the Big Apple coaster.
Yeah, it's really rough at the end. It really is rough at the end. But like, I wanted it to go through here.
There's nothing that Smoothie Smooth can't deal with.
I hid out in one of these. Well, I didn't hide out in one of these, but I like sniped people from one of these in a PvP event that I was in recently. So like, it's near and dear to my heart. But I ended up like, I don't really like any of the scenery that I made for this area, even though it's very true to DayZ. So I'm probably gonna redo it all, and I don't know. I feel like I always get so lost in coasters because everybody else is like makes these spectacular, like there's lots of coaster, and I'm like, well, I've just made the smallest coaster in the history of the world. Like I've got like the small peen of the planet coaster thing.
I mean, it works, and guests are riding it, so that's all that matters. Remember,
Oh no,
Pirate,
babe,
it's
this
a
is
game.
in test mode.
It's a bloody game.
It's in test mode. No, I mean, but the thing is, the Zamperia Volare exists.
Yeah, exactly that. If we live in a world where an SLC can be considered good, you're fine.
But I mean, I did make this, and this is probably one of my favorite things I think I've ever done. Because like, look at that shit. Look at how close.
It looks like it's broken as well.
Look at how close I got those tracks to the game tracks. Game track?
Well, I genuinely
My
thought
track.
that was game track.
That's my track, baby.
That's sexy AF.
Is it
Let's
that?
be honest. Yeah. Like, I honestly thought that was game track, and I thought I was missing a trick then, going, hang on a minute, what have I missed?
Nope,
Because
look
this is... How have you managed to do that?
Look at the little car I made. So hydro beams. Hydro beams and cables.
Of course.
Yeah, it has to be. Hey,
Hydro beams
Nanu,
is the
what's
answer
up?
to everything.
Hydro-
Hey! Hydro beams are literally the answer to everything. You know how they say that 42 is the answer to life as of...
Yes. And everything. The answer to life
and everything. That's it. Yeah. Answer to life and everything. Well, hydro beams is now the 2022 equivalent.
Hydro beams. That's what. No, bloody hell, that's a mess. It is a mess.
Ooh, hydro beams.
There it is, baby. There it is. Yeah. So I did that with hydro beams. And like most of the supports are hydro beams as well, because I wanted it to look like they tried to prop it up, like it was starting to fall apart, and they tried. You know, but
A crooked one. Your crooked one that you've got there. As it breaks.
yeah,
Love it.
like because you see, like the pressure would be out, right?
Ooh, hydro
See, that's realism,
beams.
Pirate. You can do realism.
Yeah, but I can't do like real realism. You know what I mean? Like you do it. I don't do it.
Yeah,
But
well,
you
some
do it.
people find my realism boring. They go, oh god, you're taking the fun out of the game because you're thinking about where a screw should go.
If they find you boring, send them to me, and I'll set them right. Ricky, oh my god, hello, Ricky. Ricky is like as old as my stream is. Ricky.
Ah, Rick is an OG.
Ricky is an OG. Absolutely, yes. How are you doing? Yes. You need hydro beams in your life.
Ooh, a new follower.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Olivin Songsteel. How are you doing? Oh, I like that name. You can hire Death Fears Not Incorporated for coasters. Ooh, I like that.
Ooh, a new follower.
Thank you so much for the follow, Drunken Destroyer. Ooh, I like that name. Like, if you want to talk about stupid detail, do you want to? So we'll just do a little bit of exploring here for a minute while we have a chitter chatter. I did this for a contest. I did this for Wix's like resort contest.
Look at it. Look at it.
Detail.
Oh, interior.
Stupid detail that nobody will ever fucking look at. I think my favorite is this one though. Because like these houses, this is from a game that's basically a post-apocalyptic game. Everything's abandoned and shitty, but I've turned it into luxurious hotel rooms.
Oh, I love that. Oh, that's fit.
Isn't it though? Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Wait a
that's
minute.
bougie.
Wait a minute. Look at that bathroom, baby.
Oh, hang on, we're just going in.
Look at
That's
that tub.
posh.
Look at that shower head. It's so big.
Ooh,
But
a new follower.
wait. Look at that. Look at that toilet paper roll.
Toilet, yes.
That
Hydro
is
beams.
hydro beams. Yeah, it was supposed to be much. It was supposed to be really ostentatious. Thank you so much for the follow, Mirage. Okay, hold on. You know I have a mascot, right?
Uh-huh.
PP Klaus lives here.
There he is.
He's
He's peeing the bed.
well, I mean,
There's
it's
a
a-
whole new meaning to the word waterbed.
it's a special room. It's for special guests.
Oh, yeah. Oh man,
That's what she said.
I didn't sign up for this. This is too much. Yes, that's what she said.
That bed's not for sleeping.
There's no sleep, and
Look.
we're gonna point out that there's no sleeping because there's a penguin peeing on you.
Exactly.
For no other reason.
Exactly. It's the penguin. PP Klaus just goes where he wants to go and does what he wants to do. Oh my god. He does what he wants to does.
Quick, do another take.
Exactly. So now we have to kind of get into a little bit of controversy.
Ooh.
Dun dun dun! How do you feel about Frontier's silence on anything regarding Planet Coaster 2 or future updates for Planet Coaster? What do you think that's about? Like, in your opinion, what on earth do you think that's about?
I have many theories, actually. It feels like, we were talking about this earlier on, it feels like the same silence we had between we're doing a game and the official announcement.
Right, but at least there was an official announcement. There was the announcement and then there was nothing. Here we haven't even had the benefits of an announcement.
But this is the thing. So they're busy, quite rightly, right? When I say this, I don't mean this disrespectfully. They're busy milking Planet Zoo for what they can because it's a good game. It's well received by players. It's a cash cow for them.
We're
because
sure, but Planet
people are
Coaster 2
playing
would
it.
be a cash cow for them. Look at how many people are begging for the
Yes.
game and how many
It
new
would.
people they could pull into the genre. They've got, what's the new one that's coming out? Park Beyond?
Park Beyond, yeah.
Which
yeah.
doesn't look like necessarily my kind of theme park sim, but it's going to pull new people into the genre.
A genre, yeah. And I think they're going for that playful realism, aren't they? They're going for the Planet Coaster mechanism, but not realistic. So I think it's interesting that Frontier are quiet. It's what interests me the most about this whole situation is that yes, they've gone off and they've done Planet Zoo. It's built in the same universe as Planet Coaster. It's using an updated engine, so it utilizes everything that modern hardware can do. Because we know that Planet Coaster was always flawed from the fact that it relies on nerd alert. They call me Nerdchacho for a reason. That Planet Coaster works better with single core processors, right? Or high-performing single-core processors. So the higher your processor at a single core can perform, the better the game performs.
Right.
That's a limitation of the DirectX that they used to do it.
Right.
That's why people think that the game is badly optimized. It's not. It's optimized for the game engine that it was built with. Whereas Planet Zoo was built using an upgraded version of that engine, using an upgraded version of DirectX, and it utilizes modern hardware better. That's the difference between the two. What interests me the most is if you look at the development cycle of Cities Skylines and how Paradox Interactive and Colossal Order did their release on console, they paused their PC development quite publicly, but they paused their PC development so they could port everything across to console. And then they started a program of cross-platform DLCs. So they were able to capitalize on a PC and consoles all having brand new DLCs, and they were able to double their triple, quadruple, whatever their audience for the new DLC packs. It interests me that Frontier have decided not to do that for Planet Coaster. They sort of did, here's Thaymaker's Toolkit, which allows you to keep the game alive for as long as possible because people will be creating content for it.
Sure.
Here it is on console because you're asking us for it, and now we're just going to go off into the night.
Right, we're gonna let other people keep our game alive. Like,
yeah.
I feel like the toolkit's amazing, but I also feel like it allows devs to be lazy.
Yeah. And do you know what? Ricky has said that purchased the current CPU with that in mind. So did I. So my PC was built so that I could play Planet Coaster the best I can, and I'm already sizing up my next PC when the 13th gen i9s come out and the 4090. That's gonna be my next PC. So, I'm happy to do that.
My PC build, the current build that I have now that I did about 2 years ago, was strictly for Planet Coaster. It was strictly to make it run better, and to meet the demands of Planet Coaster. Like, that's it.
Exactly.
Every build that I've done since 2016 has been for Planet Coaster.
Yes, for sure. And we kind of fall into that unique category of having to do that because we create content.
Well,
don't
I
have
did
to do
it
that.
way before. I mean, I started streaming only 2 years ago, so I built mine just because I enjoyed the game and I enjoy being able to play it the way I want to play it.
Yes, and I know so many people that have done that for other games. So I've got a friend at the moment who has quite literally just bought a gaming laptop, to play Flight Sim as best as can, because they love that game. And it makes absolute sense for them to then own a laptop that they can take around with them that is capable of running that game. So Frontier, I think, for me, have got two... Their silence speaks volumes, right? Their silence is actually deafening.
Yeah.
If you want some kind of like
Yeah.
metaphor, the fact that they've gone silent on it and they've chosen not to capitalize on the cross-platform DLCs tells more about their strategy than people may think. And I think that's because they are either... Don't quote me on this because I don't have insider information. I wish I did, but I don't. But I think they are either finding a way of plumbing in Planet Coaster, a sequel, or a subset of the game that we know today into Zoo, or they're developing Planet Coaster 2. Now, if you believe the leaks and stuff that have been actually scarily accurate...
Hey, anti-hero, how you doing?
Hi! If you believe the leaks that are around, and they were scarily accurate about everything, so it's credible. It's credible enough to believe it. The Planet Coaster 2 is coming. And apparently, we'll see an announcement for that either the end of this year or end of next year. Who knows? But I think their silence is deafening. They have not taken the opportunity to capitalize on cross-platform DLCs.
Right.
And that, for me, says quite a lot about their business strategy.
Yeah, I agree. I think the silence is deafening as well. I feel like, you know, if they did have something planned, with as many of us that make noise about it, the fact that they've said nothing is shocking, and like from a business standpoint, seems like you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, and they don't even mention or reference it in
but
any of their financial reports either. So
right,
but
every
reports to their
time
shareholders,
they throw it on sale, you know, they throw it on Twitter like, come get this, and it's like, yo, you haven't even updated the website since 2019.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing? Like, I love this game.
Buy the game. Yeah.
I'm passionate. This is one of my favorite games I've ever had. I mean, I'm still playing it as old as it is, and as many times I've had to upgrade my computer so I can play it. I might, anti-hero. I'm gonna try. I've had some caffeine, and I'll probably have some more, so I'm definitely gonna try. But the thing is, like, I feel like there are enough of us keeping the game alive, and we have a big enough community behind us. Like, I'm not a big streamer. I don't have a massive following, but if you look at the category on Twitch, Planet Coaster doesn't have a massive following itself. But I can tell you, I have brought a lot of people into this game that don't play this genre at all. Just my tiny little stream. But like bigger guys like you and Channel 5 and Wix and Moomin, you all do the same thing. So I feel like there's a big enough, like there's reason for the financial investment, and it breaks my heart that they're ignoring that, because I don't want this to go away, but I don't know how long it's sustainable. Like, how much can we keep upgrading our PCs to keep up with an old game?
Yeah, exactly. How much are you willing to invest in something that was essentially released in 2016 for 2016 hardware? You're very right, and obviously as computers become more powerful, it will run the game more comfortably, but you are then still hitting that limitation of the single core performance and how it deals with multi-core performance, how it deals with graphics cards, etc. You will get to a point where the game is obsolete. So like, you can't play games released, or you can't easily, should I say, play games released in the 2000s nowadays, because Windows 10 and 11 has come along, and Windows XP and ME and 98 are a thing of the past, and technology has changed, and it's mainly to do with the way that digital rights management, DRM, is dealt with.
See, I know nothing about nothing. Like, I'm a computer user and abuser. Like, I don't know shit about the things that I use. I do, like, I'm getting better. I'm starting to learn. I never had to. I mean, for 17 years, I was married to a guy who just did this for a living. So I would say, hey, my PC is getting a little slow, And suddenly I would have a rebuilt PC next week. You know, like I never had to worry about the whys or the hows. Now I have to worry about it because I have to do it myself and I'm learning. But like, yeah, all I know is that it's an old game and I'm continuously upgrading my computer to keep playing it. But at some point it's going to become where you can't do that.
Yeah.
And I just think I don't understand Frontier's position on what they're doing. But Mirage says their current PC is near enough 3 years old and has a GTX 1060. Oh God, I had a 1070 before I upgraded, and yeah, I couldn't load my own parks. I'd be killer at level design. I would love to be a level designer for games. How do you get that job? Like seriously, how do you get that job? It would be my dream. You're surprised modders haven't made it use multiple cores.
I don't think they can.
I don't think so.
Modders don't have access to that level of the game. So they have access to have the ability to remove stations and remove paths and make things invisible to allow multiple trains on different trains on different tracks. Blah 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 blah. They can do that level, but they don't have access to the engine that runs the actual hardware. So I don't think they could even if they tried.
Yeah, and let's not game it out. Right, you've upgraded your PC 5 times. It's a little ridiculous. Like Frontier, we're loyal. Come on. I think I said that on their last tweet where they were trying to push the game. I'm like, we care about this game. Do you? I was so salty. I'm not going to be one of the creators they give a game key to. If they do a Planet Coaster 2, they're going to be like, that Poet Girl is mouthy and is always on our Twitter giving us a hard time. She is
mouthy and entitled.
I've never been accused of being well behaved.
I would love to be part of their exclusive club. The trouble where you've got with that though is then you sort of feel obliged to be nice, don't you? And that's the thing that I find at the moment we have. And I think
here's the thing though. I feel like that's the game that some of them expect you to play, that some of the devs expect you to play. You've got to be nice, but I feel like nothing good ever comes of being dishonest, you know, and if they want a game that's going to be good, then they're going to have to be able to listen to creators or people who play the game for thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours say, look, this isn't working.
Yeah. You know, Atari, are you listening?
But like, yeah, you can't just give a game key to a creator and say, we value your opinion as long as it's good and favorable,
as long as it's
because
good.
That does nobody any favors. And Ivan says, "Oh my God, is it Nerdchacho from YouTube?"
It is. It's me.
It is. It's Nerdchacho from YouTube, hanging out with little old me. Yes, in the flesh. Yeah, there's only so far this can go. Yeah, anti-hero, exactly. Question for Nerdchacho: have you ever tried your hand at concept coasters like the new GCI track designs or SS?
Yes, and it tanked. So. Grosvenor Gardens, B&M Surf Coaster.
You only have a 1080 anti-hero. I hear he's overrated. I mean, Moomin, you know, I can't say anything right now because he's like literally right next to me, but we'll talk later.
It's kind of true.
He's not overrated at all.
I hear he's a bit of a dick in real life too.
I don't hang out with dicks. Why does it keep coming around to dicks? What's up with that?
Oh well, that's how this stream is, right? You come here for the filth.
Is that why you come for the filth? Oh God!
I can't have filth on my channel, so I come here because it just lets me loose. So yeah, the surf coaster was an interesting one, and it's quite interesting to see how some people reacted quite positively to it, and some people were like, actually, this is a bit jank, this is a bit crap. And that's the thing, right? When you're doing a concept, especially when the concept doesn't exist in real life and you kind of only know what the guiding principles are behind that concept. Like, I didn't have any insider information about what the surf coaster would be. I was guessing just as much as any of the other speculation videos you see on YouTube. But you can kind of work out what it's going to be. It's going to be new shape, new profiling, B&M track. It's going to be some sort of launch, and it's probably going to be stand-up, because otherwise why on earth is it called a surf coaster? I just didn't use stand-up trains. I decided against it. I used the hyper trains instead. If I could go back would I do it again? No, I wouldn't. I would have binned it off for another coaster.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, saucy.
Oh.
Like, that was just so saucy. You were just like, no.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun. It was fun to make because it was something different, but because it didn't exist in real life, there was nothing to compare it to. So you're all the time you're second guessing when you're building. You're second guessing whether it would exist or could exist in real life. You have to question that plausible realism really, really quickly.
I'm second guessing, would it exist or could it exist in DayZ? But that's me.
Yes, it would. Yes, it absolutely
no, I mean,
would.
I feel like it's the same. Like, whether you're doing realistic or whether you're basing it off of a video game. Like, the DayZ park, this one that I'm in right now, scares the hell out of me because I have a lot of DayZ players who watch, and there are some things that exist in this park that don't exist in DayZ, but I'm trying to make it fit, like, because it's a DayZ inspired park, so I wanted to have that realistic. It's still a theme park. DayZ is a super gritty game, so the theming needs to be gritty, but it also needs to be nice because it's a theme park and you want people to have a good experience at it. So finding that balance while keeping it true to the game, especially for people who are really passionate about the game and they're like, Poet, that's not in DayZ, what's wrong with you? It's stressful as hell, and it's probably the same way as building coasters, because you've got people that are really passionate about coasters, and if you're special, if you know a lot about them and you're going for the realism and you know all the different types, and you've got people like, you can't have a 42.5 degree lift hill on an RMC, what's wrong with you? Like, it's gotta be stressful as hell.
And when you go, actually, I think you can. The best ones are the your lift hill on your B&M invert is too steep, and I'm like, Monster at Groneland says high at 60 degrees. It's quite funny.
And see, when people come at me like that with the coaster stuff, of course, I'm not known for coasters like you are. I always just say it's a fucking cartoon in a fucking video game, and I don't give a shit. But I guess you really can't do that. You just watch the Vekoma Train episode and you want to retry yours. Spinning Hyper next time.
Oh,
so
do you know what? The physical limits on the human body would never be able to do a hyper spinner. It's just not physically possible. You die.
Yeah, anti-hero. Yeah, you basically just build shit and then you look at it and then you ride it and that's it. You cry because you spent way too much time on it. Yeah. You've seen DayZ from the start. This good. Aw, thank you, anti-hero. I appreciate that. Poet, your plant is too steep. Shut up, Ivan.
Your plant. Oh, we've got streaming thing going on. There we go.
What's wrong? Wait, what?
We had Pinwheel on the stream, or at least I did.
Oh no!
We're good. We're good to go. So Parrot, your plant is not sunk enough into the ground. Don't you learn anything from Mike Sheets?
Eat dirt.
And I've just seen a comment that says Monster at Groneland takes the inverted rulebook and just eats it and does something completely different, and it's exactly that, right? So we're so used to seeing particular things done on a particular coaster, but it doesn't mean to say that stuff like that can't exist.
So I want to take just a second. I just want to take shit your mouth. I want to take just a second to answer Anti-Hero's question. So as the game is designed, yes, there is a goal. As a matter of fact, there are several goals. You can play different challenge parks where you have different goals that you have to reach. But yeah, you have to stay within a budget and you have to make money for advertising, and that will unlock more rides. How I play it is nothing to do with that. You have to hire staff. You have to keep your staff happy. You have to pay them enough. You have to train them enough. You have to give them staff rooms. I give two shits about any of that. I hate the management aspect of it. For me, this is just a sandbox. This is all I do in this game is just sandbox it. But yeah, there are a lot of different challenges and a lot of different goals. And it's all about successfully running a theme park and keeping it from going under, basically. So you have guests to keep happy and staff to keep happy, and you have to keep it clean, and you have to have janitors, and you have to have mechanics, and you have to have security guards, and yeah, it's I just sandbox it.
Because you can.
Yeah. It's for me. Like it's Raven said. For me, it's a creative outlet. I don't like management games at all. We don't do happy staff. I don't give a shit about my staff. They could.
Chloe, I'm really sorry. I need to dash away for a second.
Okay, yeah, that's
I'll be
fine.
right back. I promise.
I gotta
Talk
carry
amongst-
this on my own. What the fuck, dude?
Talk amongst yourselves, everybody, because the ever professional Chacho needs to go for a piss.
Oh. So yeah, it's called Resort. Welcome to Resort. Say what? Yes, exactly. Anti-hero. That's exactly how I still play The Sims. So I've got, this is the visitor center, and I've got screenshots from my time in game, and I've got the maps of love this interview series. It's one of my favorite things I think I've done. Here's hats. You can buy souvenir hats here. It's our loot. That might be the most geared I've ever been. Here's water. You die if there's no water, so I put dead people in. Well, they're zombies. Yeah, anyway, here's info. Park maps, things like that. Here's our other two parks that we love to play on. Gennaro, Star Isle, and Mosque, and Benov are my favorites. And then I've got some screenshots that friends have sent me. So as I'm building this park up more, then of course I'll be adding more screenshots. So if you have screenshots you want. This is the hotel in Cherno that has the plane crashed into it. It is most definitely a work in progress. I've had to create the plane using these pieces here because there's not a plane that's scaled big enough. So I've basically had to create the plane using these shapes. So yeah, here's the plane crash, and I've got to finish this building. It's totally unfinished. Poet also has this Alpine Park, which is a bike park, but now neither of them care about it, and it's sitting in my... Well, that's not true. We do care about it. I care about it. But yeah, like... It started
Sims
out...
is boss, by the way.
Huh?
The Sims is boss.
I love
Sorry,
The
I'm back.
Sims. I still play it. So...
What's your opinion on Sims 4? Talking of controversial topics.
It sucks. I hate it. So let's put it to you this way. I bought the very first Sims.
Yeah, me
way
too.
back when it was first released. And I played it for hours. I've been working on this park for 6 months, maybe a little longer, I think. I've got hotel rooms. So it started out as a park for a contest that I was doing. And then I loved it so much that I continued doing it. So we've got some hotel rooms and the apartments are hotel rooms. The idea, and I'll get back to you in just a second, Nerdchacho. The idea is that this is a resort where you can go and you can either live action role play DayZ. There's loot. The staff will go out and place loot every morning before you start, and you get airsoft guns. And so you get to run around DayZ as if it were real. So we have the wells. We have well campers. What a jerk. This guy's camping the well, but look. This guy, he's there for justice. He's camping the well camper. The well camper cannot win because Sir Justice is on the trail. Go, you and the fiance are going, wait. Fiance? Wait. What?
Hold up.
Fiance. Baby. Congratulations. But like a lot of our props are way oversized, so the rotary phone gun is really big in this game. I missed that message earlier. Congratulations, Ethan. I'm so happy. Yeah. So I've recreated piece by loving piece all of my favorite buildings in the game. Happened today. Oh, honey, congratulations. I'm so happy for you. And then, of course, you've got to have a base. You're gonna be building a base. You've got to have a base. Your gun is not true size. No, gotta have the summer camp. So yeah. So here's the thing, Chacho. Yes, I played The Sims since it started. I got every single expansion pack, every single DLC for Sims 1, Sims 2, Sims 3. Like, they were all there. Sims 4, I played for like 3 months, and I was like, fuck you, EA. This whole game is just a shitty-ass money grab. I don't like the gameplay. I don't like the building style. I don't like that they took away our color wheel. I don't like it. Fuck it. Fuck that game.
Go to hell.
Fuck EA for what they did to my beloved Sims. Like, I played that game for over 20 years, and they screwed it in one update.
And that's the thing, right?
Why is there a spider there? Go away.
Spider! And that's the
It's
thing, right?
true.
So there were warning signs in SimCity as to how The Sims was going to be.
Yep.
And when they were calling it, was it Project Galileo at the time?
I think so, yeah.
When it was clearly going to be an online thing, and The Sims fell apart from the inside out fast. Not The Sims, sorry, SimCity fell apart from the inside out fast. And they kind of had to really quickly steer the ship, and I think that's why we ended up with The Sims 4 that we ended up with to start with. That's why it was missing pools, and it was missing kids, and it was missing everything, because they had to sort of like fudge together a release to hit a deadline and then fix it afterwards.
They gave us a base game, and that's fine. They could have fixed it afterwards, but what they did was they sold us back the rest of the base game as DLC.
Yeah, exactly.
That should have been base game. Like, you don't do the next iteration of the game and not make it at least equal to the base game. Like, fuck you, EA. EA, if you're watching, fuck you!
But, we have to be in the interests of fairness. Doesn't it feel like Frontier's kind of doing that with Planet Zoo?
Yes.
They're selling you animals and selling you themes.
Yes.
So it's kind of the way of the world, isn't it?
I feel like that's probably going to happen, and the queue runs to this building, actually. I feel like that's probably what's going to happen if they do a Planet Coaster 2.
Yes, 100%.
I feel like what they're going to do is, I really hope that they don't do the IP stuff like they're talking about. Or like it's been speculated. Because I feel like if they do the IP grabs, then it's just going to become a monetization game, and that will be it. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
Everything will be DLC, nickeled and dimed. But, like, if they do the Disney IPs, I would say that it would kill it for content creators, because everything is going to be copyrighted, and we won't be able to stream or YouTube any of it.
Exactly, and they learned that with Ghostbusters.
Yep.
Learned that the hard way.
Because I didn't realize that at first either. I thought it was safe. For streaming, but yeah, because the Ghostbusters stuff was so copyrighted, it's not safe for streaming at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they even had to put in a stream version, a stream option in the game settings that turned off everything. It's turned off the Ghostbusters stuff.
Anti-hero, I fucking love that. Yeah, I don't use Ghostbusters stuff. Like, as far as like I don't really like Ghostbusters anyway, but I like the city building. Buildings.
Yeah, I love the pieces that came with it, but I don't like the mechanics that came with it.
Anti-hero,
the idea of ghosts and stuff.
I love that. I got a little dark in The Sims too, but like, it's like this, for anybody who plays DayZ, this is a hugely recognizable building right here. But like, see how I did like a water treatment plant, so I put a pipe underneath the ride.
Oh, realism.
Baby. I did the big nasty water thing.
I love it. That nasty water is proper.
Oh, it's like, it's rank.
I need to remember that the
a
rank
new
water exists
subscriber.
for when I do my Drayton
my
Manor
God.
style park.
Alan, it's so good to see you. Oh my god, thank you so much. 18 months. Holy smokes.
Woo!
Oh my god, that's amazing. Thank you. Yes, I had to build all the buildings from scratch. Yep. So you gotta hear me out.
Why are more people not subbing?
Your English people made a dumb as fuck comment on your assignment. She said, and I state, you formulated your sentence as if you've already visited the USA, but you did not. You must formulate it differently or you will not receive your marks. What? What? That makes no sense. We want you to do well in English, but if you do too well in English, we're going to punish you for doing too well because you've never actually been to English. So, like, the police station is 472 separate pieces of scenery to make up this little tiny building.
That's insane.
Yeah,
That's insane. That's insane detail. Stop it.
it's really close. Like, right down to this little crack in the wall right here. It's actually it's as close as I could possibly get. How are you doing, Ellen? Thank you so much. For 18 months, my God. Like, this little building, this little top part up here is super gritty, and I just couldn't get it gritty enough.
Do you know what? That's
Sorry. It's like whistling in your ear. Rah, 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 rah.
I'm sure I've like crossed over into an alternative dimension. I love it.
So, I mean, your parks are. Do you ever think about basing one of your parks on, like, I don't know, Mario Kart? Like, have you ever thought about basing a game on a video game? A park on a video? You know what I'm saying? Help me out here. Throw me a bone. God damn it.
Do I want to steal someone else's IP to create my own work?
Oh, is that what I've done? Have I stolen somebody else's IP, or was I just inspired by a game that I love as much as I love Planet Coaster? I was
going down the route of I've stolen so many real life things. The only thing left is to steal someone's intellectual property and make that my own, because I've got no other real life buildings to steal.
Oh my God.
Short answer is no, I haven't. Would I like to? Yeah, maybe. Like the Super Mario Land stuff looks quite fun.
Like the one at USJ. Like the Super Mario Land at USJ looks absolutely bomb. I'm so mad that that was built after I left Japan. Like,
I know, right? it kind of
on.
It pushes the boundaries of what's achievable in real life as well. You know, like when we talk about us going, oh yeah, that wouldn't exist in real life. If you were to describe to somebody the concept of the Mario Land at USJ, you wouldn't believe it could exist.
True.
You just go, yeah, okay, whatever. It's not going to look like that, but it looks exactly like they planned, and it's amazing.
Oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. Movement says he gets almost all of his inspiration from other games. Sorry, I had a hiccup. I'm sorry. I always try to mute my mic if that happens, but sometimes it happens too fast and I don't get to.
Out and proud.
You can't tell your teacher to fuck themselves, but you can certainly think it. I mean, yeah, Ivan, that's really weird. Were you a good student in school, Chacho?
Oh, yeah, I was a proper swat. That probably will not surprise you. I was a school nerd. 100% a school nerd. Like, give me everything that you possibly can in terms of knowledge and inspiration and stuff. I used to hate art, though, weirdly.
Wow. You're kind of an artist now. So
I know. My art teacher would be like, I don't know. Well, she'd be turning in her grave because she couldn't teach me art. But it's because she was trying to teach us art on art's terms. It was on artists' terms. You know, it was like, oh, Monet wouldn't do it that way, or Manet wouldn't do it that way. And I'm like, well, I'm neither. You know, like you're not allowing me to have freedom of expression. And I think,
and that's what art is. That's why. Like primary school or like high school art is so
Guys, gals, and non-binary pals.
Dude,
you are watching Poetry Slam 78. If you're a lurker, please feel free to lurk.
Right
If you're a chatter, please feel free to chat. But either way, you will always find chill vibes and lots of laughs here. Grab some snackies and come hang out.
How you doing, OGT?
Guys, gals,
welcome
and
in.
non-binary
Oh my God,
pals.
Millsy too.
You are
What
watching
is going
Poetry Slam
on?
78. If you're a lurker, please feel free to lurk.
Very
if
much
you're a chatter,
those,
please feel free to chat.
raid.
But either
Holy
way,
shit.
you will always find
you
chill
so
vibes
much.
and lots of laughs here.
I
Grab some
appreciate that.
snackies
Hold on,
and come hang out.
Let me get these shout outs going so I can Oh my god, thank you so much. I really appreciate both those raids. Welcome in, raiders.
Ooh,
how are you all
nice
doing today?
boobs.
Oh, you've got nice boobs too. What's going on? Detective Dab, it's so good to see you. How are you doing? I'm doing an interview. Okay, sorry, Ben. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm stepping on my mod's toes and I'm getting punished. I'm gonna keep doing it. I kind of like getting punished.
Do it again. Do it again. I like it.
What's up, Millsy? How are you doing? Millsy and OGT, thank you so much for trusting your communities with me. I really, really appreciate you. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm interviewing Nerdchacho tonight. He is Planet Coaster royalty. So we're very lucky to have him. We're very lucky to have him in the studio with us tonight. Ooh, doesn't that sound professional?
Even though those guys that have just raided you will probably regret trusting their community with me. But welcome aboard, you guys.
So what kind of a student do you think I was in school?
Oh, you were a SWAT through and through. You had beautiful handwriting. You did your homework the day before it was even set to you. You proper aced everything, and you were absolutely at no point a bitch in school.
How did you even know that?
Because you could just tell. You could just tell by people's personalities whether they did well in school, because just because. Let's not get controversial. Just because you can just tell.
I did.
Together.
I actually lectured my kiddo the other day because like they were doing their homework on Sunday, and I was like, oh my god, when I was in school, it got done the second I got home from school on Friday. I would never have left homework until Sunday. It needed to be done while everything was still fresh in my mind, but also because I just wanted to be able to look forward to the weekend. Like, I did not want to have that homework hanging over my head. But I enjoy learning. I graduated with honors. I graduated with extra credits. I graduated high school with some college credits. I really enjoyed school. and I was really well behaved.
There is nothing wrong with that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with enjoying school. If you enjoy school, embrace it, because it will be over soon.
But I was good at art, though.
Yeah, I wasn't.
And I wanted to I wanted to be an artist. So I wanted to go to art school. I wanted to go to Savannah College of Art and Design, which is a really, really famous art school in the States. But my parents were definitely not willing to pay for that. So I was told I could go to a university and I could get like a medical degree and they would be willing to pay for it. Or I could get like a law degree and they would be willing to pay for it. So I got pregnant instead. And then I started working. So, haha on them.
And the rest, as they say, is history.
It was, right. Slangani, you were never innocent. Bullshit. Bet you fucking... I mean, yeah, I like school. I like school a lot. I still like to learn, but now it's more on my terms. Like, I feel like when I was homeschooling my kids, I was like, damn, if I would have known that I could have just stopped high school and gone straight to university when I was like 14 or 15, I would have. Like, I feel like I've wasted time. I like learning, but I feel like I don't like being told what to learn. I like to learn what I want to learn.
Yeah. And I've continued that into adulthood as well. So like I'm the one that will nerd out on YouTube videos of the most random topics because that interests me. You know, like I love knowing how a building is built or how software enables. Like the B1M, for example, is one of my favorite channels to watch because they just talk about mega projects and you just think, how is this even possible? How can you build something of this scale? It's not. You just can't. Like mega projects are just insane.
You said that's kind of like, all right, everyone's gonna laugh at me, but that's okay. I'll laugh at myself. That's kind of like me and watching like crane videos or going to see big cranes. Like I love heavy machinery because it's amazing that we could build it, and it's amazing that it can work the way that it works. Like if you ever go to a port and you watch the port cranes offloading the container ships, the logistics, not like just the machinery itself is really amazing, but the logistics behind every single moving piece from the people that operate the cranes, the people that operate the ships, the people that manufacture the goods, the people that route the ships, and then, you know, the captains that are dealing with storms and dealing with weight loads and the engineering, and like, it's all, yeah, okay, I just nerded out, I'm so sorry.
That is exactly, oh, love it. Like, I'm so sold on what you're saying. I'm like, yes, it sounds amazing. Carry on.
Dude, Slangani is lucky to be alive, and I'm sure that Slangani probably caused thousands of dollars in property damage. I have always had an incredible weakness for bad boys with earrings who play guitar and have tattoos and wear leather. Like, that's just, yeah, that's my kryptonite.
that's your sweet spot.
Luckily, Slang's got all the bad boy like looks and stuff, but not actually a bad boy. He's actually, like, you know, a good person.
He's decent under the skin, and that's what you need.
He's bad in all the right ways.
Yeah. Oh, poet, it's time for a controversial question. Ask me something controversial, because I like causing shit.
Controversial question. Does anybody in chat have a controversial question or any question you want to ask Chacho?
No, Moomin, not you.
While I think, about one. Like a million of them. Damn. Is that the new? Who is your least favorite YouTuber?
Named Moomin.
No, okay, so I mean, oh boy, I have opinions, but I wasn't asked the question, you were.
my least favorite YouTuber called Moomin.
Is it Moomin?
Do we need a diplomatic answer to this?
You know, I don't care.
No, I'm gonna go all out and say my least favorite YouTube channel called Moomin is Moomin Official. Because it's not Moomin Little Socks. Because
right.
Moomin Little Socks is my favorite.
Exactly.
Does that answer the question? Is that like controversial enough?
Slangani is a badass. Oh shush. Like a million of them. If you were to go back to college, you would probably get arrested. That's funny. Your parents were teachers, so you had expectations. I'm going back up through chat to see what I missed, because I know I missed some. That's a terrible cancer. That's the worst autocorrect ever. That is such a bad autocorrect. Oh my god. So
love it.
Now, I mean, we can get into a little bit of controversy.
Let's do it. Let's set the world alight.
Well, I mean, it's kind of the Planet Coaster community. Do you think that the Planet Coaster community, like the content creators and the streamers, not the viewer side, but the content creators on YouTube and the streamers, do you think that some of us, or there are those of us who kind of prevent growth, prevent the community from growing?
No, not in Planet Coaster. That's
No.
That's a really wishy-washy answer, isn't it? We kind of touched on it earlier on when I said, for those that weren't here earlier on, when I said that the Planet Coaster community is a warm and loving community, and you've only got to look at the people you've got in your chat and that are watching you right now to know that that's true, right? Everybody is here because they buy into you as a creator, or they're coming to listen to me talk outside of recorded content. They want to hear me in conversation,
Right.
and you don't. Other games obviously have that, right? Other games have communities like that, but there's a certain warmth that comes from Planet Coaster, because not only is there a shared love for a game that we play and play to varying degrees of success or varying degrees of artistry, and everybody has their own specialism within that, we also have a love of theme parks. We also have a second love in common. So what you tend to find is that this community has multiple things in common. It's not just about one game. It's not just about Minecraft. It's not just about Grand Theft Auto. It's not about any of the other games, and that's the only thing you've got in common with the person is that you both play the same game.
Right.
We've also got theme parks and roller coasters in common. So as a result, you tend to attract like-minded people. So no, I don't think anybody does stifle creativity because every creator nurtures their own community and respects their community.
Right. But as far as like growing it, like sharing of the communities, I feel like sometimes can limit, like, if you don't share those communities with each other, it can limit the growth of the genre itself.
Yeah, but you tend to find that a lot of the communities have people in common anyway. They will find you naturally. Like Yumi and Moomin, we share users and we share people, right? So they found, it doesn't matter which one of us they found first, they found all three of us.
Right.
In the same way that Masked Bandit, weird flex alert, by the way, Masked Bandit has just found me. Well, I've been on the scene for 2.5 years and he's only just found me. So
I would go toes up if he found me. I would flip my shit so hard. I would be like, oh my, I would try to play it so cool. I would try to play it so cool, but in my head, I would be freaking out, and then I would probably like instantly call Slingani and be like,
Well, I was at the gym when the notification of him commenting on one of my videos came through, and I let out an audible squeal, and I had people in the gym around me. It was like, this guy's a bit mental, and they were moving away from me because I just got so excited by the fact that someone that I cut my teeth on and I have a lot of respect for as a creator has suddenly started commenting on my stuff. Now, obviously, Moomin's got a bigger flex because Masked Bandit found Moomin a lot sooner and is involved in comments and stuff. So, like, this is what I'm trying to say. There's cross-pollination, that we're all creators of the same genre. And because our niche is so small and because our niche is so dedicated, it's only natural that we find each other. It's
a very, very, very niche-y game and community for sure. Involved in stuff. I caught that too, Moo. Chacho shared his community with me, and he's a dick apparently.
Oh, a complete dick. I wouldn't be friends with me.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't hang out with dicks, and I hang out with you. So I think that you're just a little bit hard on yourself. See what I did there? I used dick and hard in the same sentence.
Hey, that's what she said.
I know. Let's give me some of the. That's what I use all of that good school energy on now. Just intelligent dick jokes.
that was school life well spent, right?
I mean, my teachers would be proud. Probably some of them, maybe. Yeah, so I mean, I think you hit on something really interesting too, though, because I've noticed, we've got that we love this game in common with our communities, and we got that we love theme parks in common with our communities. But you know what I found, which I didn't expect to find? There's crossover with this game and DayZ. I never would have thought it. Like, when I first started streaming DayZ, I had somebody in my ear telling me, do not stream this game. You are going to kill your channel. The DayZ community is very picky. They will not like you. They do not like to see other games being played. If you don't play just DayZ, they will not stick around. And I'm so glad that I didn't listen to that person, because I have limited time to play games. And so, like, when I stream, that's basically the time I get to play. And I wanted to play DayZ a lot. So I was like, well, fuck you, I'm going to stream it, right? But there's a lot of crossover. Like, a lot of DayZ players, they get into the map building for DayZ, because you can do custom maps for people to play on. And so, like, people will call this my map building game. And they dig it. Like, they get into it, right? So, like, that kind of crossover too. Like, if you're a person who's into map building, or like Antihero said earlier, like, this kind of looks like I could be a game level designer. You could look at it as a game level. So there's that kind of like level or map building, that creative aspect that comes in that is unexpected. I totally did not expect that people from like outside of that genre would be interested. But there are a lot of people who don't know what this game is that watch me play it, and they're like, this is so cool.
And you find those really weird niche crossovers as well, don't you?
Yeah,
Where
it's
you
interesting.
never in a million years would think that Planet Coaster players would play something like DayZ, but they do, and they love it.
I've gotten a lot of people who play Planet Coaster into DayZ
Into
too.
it, yeah,
like,
yeah. And that's because they buy into you as a creator, and that's where like you're probably hard on yourself of going, oh, no one really wants to see me, etc. But hey, you've got an audience right now. They're sitting here listening to us talk, and they're interacting, and they're loving you, Poe. And I don't think you've given.
Hey,
Yes, let's do it. Come on, guys. Come on, let's make her cry on stream.
No,
let's do it.
No, it's not
Right now.
Stop
do it.
I'm already crying. Leave me alone.
Because no, seriously, like it's hard to be in this part of the the entertainment bit, right? So we sit here with this content and we say, look, this is me. I'm out in the world.
Oh my god, thank you for those gift subs, man. What the fuck?
Yes.
I was already there.
A new subscriber.
It's already there. It is. You were here for the DayZ park. Yeah, no, Batfink. I've learned. Like,
a new
the more I've gotten
subscriber.
to know the DayZ community, the more I realize I'm incredibly fortunate as a streamer.
Ooh, a new subscriber.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Look at those. Nightfall Torius, Just Shadow, Trooper, Pooper Trooper,
Ooh,
Lord
a new
Holyman,
subscriber.
Kobayashi. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, GT!
A new subscriber.
Fuck! Thank you for those subs for Tuck. Is that Mass Gel? Sadistic! Knifey Spooty and Turner Chuck. Oh my god. Thank you so much, OGT and Ban. Oh my god. And Chacho, thank you for the kind words.
Ooh,
but,
a new subscriber.
I mean, seriously, like as creators,
creators,
as creators, we sit here, don't we? We put our heart and soul into what we do, and we go, look, this is me. I want the world to have this. This is what I stand for. This is who I am, and people buy into it. And you don't give yourself enough credit that the people that you've got are following you because of you. You could probably play any old shit, and they would watch it because they love you, and you don't give yourself that credit.
Why you gotta hit me like that? Why you hit me like that? No,
you only have to see the outpouring of love that you get in the chat when we do stuff like this to you.
I know.
That shows how much your community means to you and how much you mean to them.
My community does mean a lot to me. Thank you. All of you, thank you. I know I've been incredibly lucky as a streamer to play two games, to love two games that have really good communities. As I've gotten more involved in the DayZ community, I've met some of the loveliest people. Like I stayed away from games like that. I stayed away from shooty games for a long time because the communities tend to be really aggressive. And that kind of spills over into how they speak to each other. But DayZ
nice
is not like
boobs.
that at all. Like, you've got nice boobs too. Thank you so much. Like, everyone that I've met in the DayZ community is absolutely lovely. And I think it comes down to the game is quirky. And I think it kind of attracts a certain person. Like, yeah, people love to, like, I love to get a good sniper shot. Like, I'm like, oh, that's neat. I can do this neat thing that I didn't think I could do. But the game is also, like, you can run around with, like, unicorn floaties around your belly, too. Like, it's quirky, and I feel like it attracts a certain type of player to it. You know, it's not like your standard shooty person player game. And, like, the people in the DayZ community, just like the people in the Planet Coaster community, are freaking lovely. Like, I've had the best experiences. Malik, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I love that theme too. It's so good. It's so good. But yeah,
can I just check?
I feel really fortunate that both the games that I like come with really, really beautiful, lovely communities, because 100%. I couldn't have had more support. I honestly could not have had more support from people that I've encountered, like, in the game, helping me learn how to play in a genre that I've never even touched. And not, like, there's no gatekeeping in either game that I've experienced, and I love that. Aw, love you, bestie. Love you, OGT. Why are it's like 6 a.m., isn't it? Like
Love it. By the way, that stat on there about you crying for 54 times this year, is that a real thing? Is that a real stat?
It's probably Moomin only started that a couple of months ago.
Can we make it 55?
I mean, it says I love F1, but my name is also Latifi, and if you get that joke, you're dying right now. I don't get it. It was your idea.
Oh
Wait,
my,
what?
so many bitties.
What the fuck? OGT, thank you so much for the bititties. I feel dumb because I don't get the joke. I hate it when I don't get jokes. I feel so dumb. Oh my god.
Oh my, so many
Ben!
bitties.
What the fuck, dude? Seriously? Oh, Ben, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the big titties and for the kind words. I really appreciate that. Oh my god. So, Nerdchacho, I have to ask. I know that you work a full-time job. I know that you're...
pellets.
Poop pellets. Sorry. Poopy poop. I'm listening to myself sing about poop right now. Poop, poop. Poopy. Poop pellets. Poop pellets. Poopy poop. Poopy poop poop. Poopy poop poop poopy poop poop. This is what happens when you give your mods your password to your Twitch and they just make shit for you. So, I know that you work a full-time job and you're very involved in your career, a very rewarding career, it sounds like, and you spend like 60 hours a week working on YouTube.
Oh my, so many bitties.
Have you ever? Oh my god, Ben! I've never seen that movie. Thank you for the pity. Why are you trying to do that to me? That's wrong. That is wrong. It's like cry porn around here.
This is so much fun. I'm totally in on this.
Have you ever thought about streaming? Like either on YouTube or on Twitch? Because
yes, I have.
Oh my god.
So it's funny you ask because it's requested. I do have an idea for a stream on probably a Tuesday night where I load the park into the current episode and I just build. The problem with that is when I build, I go into my own little world and into my own little shell. I don't present when I'm building. So I'm trying to work out a format where I can interact with the people that have come to watch, but still get as much done as I would normally get done on a Tuesday evening. So the short answer is yes. And
interesting.
Apparently that I need to type in chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Wasn't she like brutally murdered? Didn't they just need... Oh,
it says
error.
invalid username is here.
Username is here. But your YouTube, your thingy is there. Your link.
Well, I'm happy to be an invalid user. It fits quite nicely.
Caution, invalid user.
It seems that Twitch knows me better than anybody else.
Good news!
So, yes.
We checked! Your thingy is still there! I lost the word for it. Ever since I had COVID, I've lost words. It's really scary. I don't like it. Hopefully they'll come back. Like, it takes me a minute to grasp things sometimes. It's really weird. It's like my brain is slippery.
Yeah, my mum had the same. So
maybe it's the other pronunciation of invalid. I'm sorry. What other pronunciation of invalid?
Invalid.
Invalid. I knew that that's what it was. I was trying to be a mega smartass.
Right. Don't show off. Check you out with your English degree. Ooh, that's university money.
Same thing happened to get some lithium orotate. Can I get that at the regular store? I wonder if I can get that. Like, okay,
well, I'm gonna write that. I'm gonna write that down.
Hold on, Moo. I'm getting it for you.
Oh, is Poet AFK?
No. I'm still here.
Oh,
I'm on my phone doing things for Moomin.
For
Shit.
Moomin? Are you two timing me with Moomin?
I mean, I can multitask. It's all good.
I mean, rude.
I can multitask, baby. Don't worry about it. Lithium, what is it? I need to write it down too because my brain is slippery.
Yeah. the irony of that is you need to try and remember what it is has been said, but you can't remember because the thing that you need to remember it for is the cure for the reason that you can't remember.
Precisely. Precisely. So, I mean, so would you think about streaming on Twitch or YouTube? What's your platform then? It
would need to be YouTube, because it's consistent. And I know that with the affiliate program with Twitch at the moment, I'd have to ditch YouTube completely. And I've spent 3 years building up an audience on YouTube.
That's not. You don't have to ditch Twitch completely. You just can't live stream on both with affiliate. Like you're perfectly fine to upload, but yeah, I can understand. Like I'm very comfortable with the platform that I'm on, so that's the one that I'm gonna stick with for lives. Like I feel like for me, Twitch offers more of what I want. So I was actually going somewhere with it. I was asking because you said about like you just get into your build mode and you don't know like how the engagement's going to work, but I don't think that the YouTube chat isn't nearly as like interactive. As easily interactive as I don't think like you're not going to get like the sounds and all of that stuff, so I feel like it might be a better fit anyway.
Oh yeah. So like I love the as a viewer, I love the interactivity that Twitch offers because we can bombard bitties and stuff on you without you knowing, and you can have all of your sound bites and that sort of stuff. I love that sort of thing.
Oh,
but I think
Bandy Curve, thank you so much. You've got nice foliage too.
Foliage. And I think that as a presenter of a stream, I think having it going off so much would probably trigger me a little bit because I'll be so in the zone that I'll be like, oh my god, guys, stop playing the sounds and whatever. So I think YouTube would probably be more my thing, and it also fits into the principle of doing the premieres. So I do the premieres on a Sunday because that's the middle ground between live streaming and presenting a new video, because it means that I can get together with the community, I can chat with them whilst the video is playing, and I'm not having to concentrate on what I'm presenting, because I know it's already recorded, it's already there, it's already done, and I can actually interact with the people that are basically keeping the channel.
Oh my god. Man, thank you so much for the biddies, dude. Holy shit. So you had it in March and you still struggle, but it has gotten better. I'll definitely have to see if I can find it. You get minor brain inflammation. Yeah. I just had it in July, so it's still, like, not that long. You need to redo the interactiveness. Yeah, it's a constant thing. It's a constant thing doing the interactive.
Catch you later, motherfucker.
Are you going to bed, OGT? It's like 6 a.m. for you. You are a maniac. Hugs and kisses and stars for wishes, OGT. I hope you have a sleep full of wonderful dreams and wake up and have a beautiful tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming in with the raid, and thank you for the gifted, and thank you just for hanging out. Later, bitch. You know what drives me nuts is the color of these dead trees. I don't like the color of the dead trees. They're so bright. We do.
Yeah.
Yes, OGT, we do. You're right, we do. Just let
I think the color of stuff in Planet Coaster it's all very polished, isn't it? We've said, and we've talked about this before, like how everything looks so lovely. You've done an awesome job at this, at making things look weathered and worn, and like a bit rubbish. But everything is so polished. It's difficult. It's so difficult and so hard to do jank.
Oh, it is very, very, very difficult. Like, and the thing is, these decals are like some of the best things to ever happen to me. But because of the way that they had to be made, like on that glass, they sometimes look very shiny and mirrored, right? So they
like now,
yeah, like it's very obvious what they are, and I love that we have the workshop to be able to do this, but like that's almost a blueprint. The building is there's like the game room up here and the hotel room here, but other than that, the building is empty. That's like all decals.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
It shouldn't like we should have ruined pieces like already, because what if you want to make an older theme park that doesn't have a lot of money that you can upgrade? You know, that if you're playing like that storyline, like you want it to look run down. Not everything is, even if it's not run down, not everything is going to be polished. Like the backs of your show buildings and stuff are going to be not. They're not going to spend money to pressure wash those. You know, like
yeah. And I think with you saying that, this kind of leads me back into our Planet Coaster 2 conversation about what we think the future holds. And by the way, I forgot to mention that my theory, based on there being a Planet Coaster 2, they were recruiting for an entire Planet team not long ago. They were looking for a creative director, coders, artists. Something Planet related is coming.
Yeah, but they have a shit ton of Planet like copyright names, IPs, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any of them working though. So they did Planet Racing. Well, we've now got F1 Racing. Planet Prison, I don't think would work because Prison Architect is still a thing. Planet City would never work, I don't think. I think, honestly, I genuinely think it's Planet Coaster 2. But anyway, so what I think is going to be coming is I think they're going to take it to the next level. I think we're going to see things that we're familiar with. That's probably the stuff that we find in the base game of Planet Coaster. The rides we're familiar with, the coasters we're familiar with, maybe a slightly tweaked version of the Coaster Builder. The pathing system's not going to go anywhere because the Planet franchises are based on that as the core AI calculator, right? So that pathing system is not going anywhere as much as we hate it. We may see it refined, but it's not going anywhere.
Type in chat again, real quick.
Oh, hello everybody.
You know what I would like to see go away is these that are covered up right now by these things, but I get so tired of having to find ways to cover up the stupid ride thingies.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna find and I think we're gonna find refinements like that, right? So I think we're gonna see things like transfer tracks, back of house stuff. Look at the success of the conservation pack of Planet Zoo. Everybody lost their shit when that was announced because it was like, oh my god, there's a skip. I can put a skip in my zoo.
Yeah.
And so I think that there's a market for the backstage stuff, and I think that's the massive gap that was missing from Planet Coaster was all of the for all of their furore about Simulation Evolved and how you could manage a park, this, that, and the other. It was all the front end stuff. It was all the plop entertainers down, plop shops down, manage your staff, train them, keep them happy, etc., etc. There was no back of house stuff in there, and I think we are going to see some of that come in. We might see transfer tracks, maintenance requirements. If you have a look at the development of Planet Zoo and Jurassic World Evolution, etc., I think you'll probably see backstage stuff, like water, power requirements, staff buildings. It wouldn't surprise me if they expand the hotel functionality to operate in the same or similar way to how restaurants operate in Planet Zoo. I think that's a testing bed. You'll often find that Frontier hide things in plain sight without knowing it, and Planet Coaster was an absolute minefield of them, and nobody spotted it. The console, it's not a joystick. That's my age kicking in. What are they called? Console. I'm gonna call it a joystick because that's how old I am, right?
Yeah, like the
console support for like joypads and whatever. That was tested underneath our nose, and they phrased it as, oh well, some people prefer to use them on a PC to a mouse and a keyboard. Bullshit. You were testing the ground for console, and you knew it back then. Have a look at when they updated the advanced move tool in Planet Coaster to that god awful average tool. average moval tool. So if you go into your options in Planet Coaster, you can turn the experimental move tool on. That's the thing that ended up in Planet Zoo. Like, it was tested in front of our eyes. Have a look at the FX stuff for weather. Well, that was them testing how weather was going to work in the engine and realized it wasn't going to work. Have a look at how hotels and staff rooms operated and how they had to be decorated. Well, that was just the testing bed for the rating scales in Planet Zoo. There's loads of stuff that Frontier put right in front of our eyes and we didn't see, and you can only ever see it retrospectively. And when you look at the stuff that's in Planet Zoo currently and the stuff that's like, oh, that's interesting, they've added that since, there's a lot of things that can be translated into Planet Coaster 2.
Yeah, I've thought about that. I've thought about, like, I wonder what they're if they're doing the same thing. I have wondered, like, the shop counters. Oh, those would be perfect for Planet Coaster.
Yep, 100%.
Perfect.
And the kid interactions with taking pictures on mobile phones and stuff. And I like they do it in Planet Coaster now, but they're meaningful interactions now, and the kids will go and interact with things. Have a look at the walking entertainers, or like the walking tours, where you've got people that are walking around and you can gather people around. Well, there's your parades mechanism right there, or there's your show mechanism right there, being tested right in front of our eyes. Have a look at the restaurants. That's how the hotels could work. You know, like you plonk down rooms that are 2x4 boxes or 2x3 boxes or whatever that may be, and that's your hotel. They go into a reception, they disappear, and they end up in a hotel room, and your hotel room is decorated. It's there. Like, the clues are all there. And have a look at Jurassic World Evolution 2. Some of the stuff in there is refined things that ended up either coming from Planet Zoo or going into Planet Zoo, like dragging of fences, for example, came from Planet Zoo. It's been refined for Jurassic World Evolution 2. Frontier are famous for recycling code. Have a look at the stuff in Planet Coaster. A lot of it could be found in some form in Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. They just refined it to put it into the game.
It is, Ellen. Look, I have a whole go-kart ride based on Alex's Land Rovers. Yes, this is what did I decide to call it? Super Thriller Car Killer, which is the name that I gave him in Dead's Discord. Yeah, I see, I agree, but I also am just so skeptical because, like, they have so many people asking them when, why, how. Like, you would think that they would just say something, anything, to keep the interest going. You have to keep interest going. People will lose interest and leave. That doesn't make sense to me.
If they've got nothing to tell us, then they've got nothing to tell us. And you know, by the way, that something is coming when they say the words, "We have nothing to announce." Every single time they were challenged on any upcoming DLC, and this also includes Planet Zoo, they do it at Planet Zoo, they will always use the phrase, "There's nothing to announce." Why choose that specific wording? If there was nothing going on in that space, they would tell you there's nothing going on in that space. No, sorry, we're not developing Planet Coaster 2. No, sorry, we're not developing this. Whatever.
Well, they better be announcing something because people are excited about Park Beyond.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? So I reckon Park Beyond, as you said earlier on, is going to be a breath of fresh air in the theme park space, and it's going to be vastly different enough to Planet Coaster to have legs of its own. And I'm quite tempted to play it. I'm quite tempted to have it as like a side thing on the panel.
But I feel like for me, it's going to be the same as Planet Zoo is for me. Like, I've got Planet Zoo. I don't have all of the DLC for it, but I have Planet Zoo, and I've played it maybe for an hour and a half total. But every time I play it, all I can think is, God, I wish this were Planet Coaster. Planet Coaster, yeah. I saw Mike Sheets build his beginning of his botanical garden that he never finished in Planet Zoo, and I was like, I could do that. I could do botanical gardens. I give a shit about building animal enclosures. I just don't want to deal with any of that. But I could build botanical gardens. But I think I built a coffee shop and a gift store, and I was like, nah, I'm done. I just want this to be Planet Coaster. Like, I want all of these plants in Planet Coaster. I want these shop tables in Planet Coaster. I want these nicely scaled items in Planet Coaster. Like, all of the baskets and all of the decorations. Those are so nicely scaled.
Yeah, that's kind of where Tignani Gardens came from for me, right? Because I was like, I wanted to do something like Strentham Gardens in Stoke-on-Trent. No, sorry, Trentham Gardens in Stoke-on-Trent. I wanted to do something like that, and I had chosen Planet Coaster as my palette for that. And then I was like, actually, I think I'd rather do this in Zoo because it's got weather and it's got better nature. And I can add animals to it, like roaming animals and stuff.
Right.
So that for me was the same. I was like, I don't want to play Planet Zoo because it's Planet Zoo. I want to play it because it's not Planet Coaster, and it's familiar enough.
Right.
And,
right.
And I reckon there's still like I'm in two minds about Park Beyond because I look at it and I do go, I think that's going to turn me off. Like, it's not bad. It's not a bad game. It's not a bad concept, and it's going to ignite
cute.
the passion in people. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's cute.
But like whole like the coaster that has no track where it jumps like it's launched out of a cannon, like
turns me off.
I just can't. Yeah, exactly. I can't imagine myself. It feels like a step backwards.
Exactly. Yeah, but at the same time. So I want to do it on the channel, not because I want to abandon Planet Zoo for a new shiny thing. No, sorry, Planet Zoo, Planet Coaster for a new shiny thing, like some people did with Planet Zoo. That's not my intention.
No, shade. But I feel ya, because the people who abandon Planet Coaster for Planet Zoo for the new shiny thing, they're gonna be the ones who get the attention from Frontier if there is a Planet Coaster too.
Yeah, probably.
And they abandon the entire Planet Coaster community, and the people who've actually kept it alive are gonna be ignored. I'm sorry.
there's your controversial opinion. There are some, by the way, Planet Zoo creators who are now famous for Planet Zoo that do still keep Planet Coaster alive. Let's not forget them.
No.
So I don't want to abandon Planet Coaster because that's my bread and butter on the channel. It's what people love. It's what I'm good at. It's what I enjoy doing. Even like seven parks in, this park that I'm doing now has become my muse. I'm finding that even in episode 10 and 11, I'm like, I want to jump straight back in now and carry on where I left off. That's a special game in my idea.
Oh yeah,
in my opinion.
That's exactly it. It's a special game.
Yeah. And I want to do Park Beyond because it's something different. I tried it with Indoorlands when I did the 40-minute Let's Play, and I quite liked that game. It was a game that was in early access. It needed a bit more time in the oven, but it was fun. It was enjoyable. It did what it needed to do, and actually did quite well on the channel for its time. So I think as creators, we need to be careful not to pigeonhole ourselves into a specific game, and you've done it really well because you're able to mix between Daisy and Planet Coaster.
Yeah.
And you flip between the two seamlessly, and your community follows that. And I kind of want to try and do that with maybe Park Beyond or Parkitect, or go back to the original Roller Coaster Tycoon. How the hell I'm going to find time to do that, I don't know.
Yeah, I was wondering like how. I mean, I you know though is I even from the beginning I wasn't just a Planet Coaster streamer. Like, in the very beginning, I was streaming Planet Coaster, Sims, City Skylines, and the occasional horror game. I kept the occasional horror game. I ditched the Sims, because I just don't enjoy it anymore. I just don't. Like, I would reinstall Sims 3 and play it, but Felix likes the Sims 4, so I leave that on my PC for my kid. But, like, yeah, I feel like, because I didn't play just one game. I played one game more than I played all the others, but I didn't play just one game from the beginning. And even now, I play primarily 2 games, but I still sneak other games in here and there. So I think that helps, which is good for me because I need that variety. Like, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how Moomin does it. I really, really, really admire you guys because playing this game all the time is hard. When I was streaming it 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, it was fucking rough. Like, you don't always have that inspiration, and you get this block where you're building and you're like, I can't do this anymore, and I need to walk away from it. But if you're in the middle of a stream, you can't just abruptly end. You know, tomorrow you're going to get a kitten. Ooh, Ivan, that sounds cool. Cough, 6 months break.
Oh yeah, we forget that Moomin hasn't actually posted anything.
He hasn't posted,
meaningful for 6 months.
But he's been playing.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and he's got some things.
But I feel like before I started streaming, I would play this game every Sunday. It was my Sunday game. my only gaming day of the week was Sunday. And so I would play Planet Coaster like basically all day long on Sunday until it was time for me to cook dinner. And then I would play after dinner. And I had Sundays where I was like, you know what? I'm not feeling it today. But like when you stream or like with you on YouTube, you have to feel it. So like how do you overcome that? Because you have to feel it whether you feel it or not. Like you've got to do it.
Yeah. I think for me, do you know what? Someone actually posted a comment on a video asking that exact question earlier on today, and I'll give the same response. When you have an audience watching you build a park, you force yourself to finish it. You force yourself to be motivated because you're no longer building for you. You're building for the people that are watching. Mm-hmm. And had it have not been for the channel, a lot of the parks that I've done full series and completed on, I think I probably would have abandoned, because I've got so many abandoned parks in my save game files that I've just sort of like got bored with, and I've worked on them for months and months and months. And I got bored.
I've never finished one. I've only finished the one that Moomin and I did for a contest, but like Ireland Gardens, I've been working on for 4 years.
Yeah, well, Reigate Lake was my first ever finished park, and that's because there was an audience watching it, and everybody was saying to me in the early days, please don't be another YouTuber that never finishes a park. So I think that for me cemented what the expectations were of the community. They had all of these amazing creators around them, but nobody committed to finishing a park.
Yeah,
even
it
down
is hard.
to
like I limited this park size. I'm on the smallest map because holy shit, if I build another mega park, that's what's hard. Like you do the same thing I do. Like you build the mega parks and then you detail every little bit. Your interiors are mind blowing, and that it's hard to keep going on because sometimes the creativity, it just isn't there. It's like writing. Like you sit down and you stare at your notepad and you're like, why isn't there anything inside of my brain?
Yeah.
Like, I'll have it on stream. Like, I'll be building away, and then suddenly it will just stop, and I'll be like, I don't know what to do with this. And then I panic. Because I'm live, right? I'm live, and people are watching me, and in my head, I'm panicking, and I'm like just getting different pieces out, or I'm just scrolling the thing, or I'm just filling it in with a story. In the meantime, my brain's going, oh my god, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, the creative's gone, oh my god, what do I do? Like,
just run away. And do you know what? That's the beauty of being able to record a video and publish it as an episode, because you have that you have the pressure taken off you to have the creativity. I don't have to, and this is when we're talking about time lapses earlier on. I don't have to worry about being considerate with my camera or being considerate with timelines of a build. You know, what's the progress it took to get from beginning to end? I can just sit there. I can sit and stare at a blank screen for 6 hours if I so need to, because there's no pressure of me to actually build. And that's why I do my episodes in stages, because I can say, this is my journey that I've taken between my previous update and my current update, and I'm going to show you around what I've done, and I'm going to talk you through some of the principles and some of the logic and some of the guides and whatever. But I don't have to show you what I've done, and that's not because I don't want to show you. It's because what I've done in between the middle has either taken me 20 hours and it doesn't make for a good time lapse, or it's a vile watch if it was a time lapse.
Right.
So
yeah,
it's easier all round, and people just have to trust me on this. It's easier for me and it's easier for the viewer to just watch it the way that I've done it. I'd love to do a time lapse, but I'm sorry guys, I'm not that creative. Like I wish I could be, but it just doesn't happen. And to answer Iben's question in the chat, how far ahead are my videos usually? So I publish the video on a Sunday as a premiere, and I have usually started the next episode the Friday night before the Sunday. So like tonight, for example, I would have started work on next Sunday's episode. This week is different. I started it last night instead, because I knew that I was coming here today. So
Aw, thank you. I didn't know that you like fucked your schedule for me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, like I wasn't going to. It's you. Of course I'm going to move stuff around for you. Make it cry again, guys. Make it 57.
No.
So so I started the Intamin launch coaster last night, and I do it in. And you find a rhythm. By the way, you find a rhythm when you're doing this stuff, right? So you find a rhythm of your episode. My rhythm is, I plan out the area, I build the coaster, I record the first bit. I then start to kit it out and decorate it loosely. So I don't do many fine details unless I've become inspired to do those fine details. And then I pause and I do the middle bit of the episode. And that's where I normally say something controversial or something stupid or something ridiculous, or people rip the shit out of me for whatever that may be. And then I break away and I finish it. And then go back in and show you around the rest. And you find a format, you find a flow. And this is what I've been saying to It's Raven as well. It's like, you'll find a format, you'll find something that works. You'll find a way of doing it. And Moomin has got a format as well, in the sense of being able to have a simple enough build where a time lapse is appropriate, and being able to edit that time lapse to make it interesting to watch, put some really dry, sarcastic commentary over the top, which is the brand. That's Moomin's brand. It's done so incredibly well.
Absolutely.
Put that commentary over the top, mush it together, show the glamour shots at the end, and that's the format. So we are very similar builders, but we are completely different content creators, and that's like what you go through. You find your identity very, very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. It's true, I think, even for streamers. It's just on it's a little bit of a different level, but yeah, you do kind of find your own flow and your own identity, and they can be very different. Yeah.
But when I was a trainer in my former life, we used to have this saying called "Get the monkey off your shoulder." So when you first meet a group and you're first standing up in front of a room full of people, you have this monkey on your shoulder that goes, "They're gonna hate you. You don't know what you're talking about. You're gonna talk shit for the next 3 minutes, and they're gonna know that you're a fraud," and that kind of thing. It's this little monkey that's whispering all of this horrible stuff in your ear, and you have to get it off your shoulder. Yeah. And the way that you do that is to throw it out to the audience. So if you ever have that, like, because what happens is it eats away at you. You end up in a spiral of almost self-doubt.
Yeah.
But if you ask the room to contribute to a conversation, you have time to let that monkey jump off your shoulder, and you give the power back. So what I would recommend to streamers, for what it's worth, I know this is unsolicited advice, ask your audience what you should do next if you're feeling that your creativity has run away. If your creativity's gone, okay, bye, see you, Poe.
Oh yeah, people will definitely. They love to do that. Like, I love to include the community, anyways. Like, just asking them, do you like this? What do you think? But they usually will jump in anyways and tell me. Like, that's one thing that the feedback is always there, which is really cool.
Well, at least they're not tearing your first drops apart.
I don't want to play with you anymore memes, right? Poet, your brain is overflowing with plots. I believe it, Ivan. I believe it. I love the format. It's like, oh, look, a coaster, but oh, look, theming, and finally, oh, a whole ass area. Yeah.
And that's the thing with that, right? So we're going back to the nerd alert thing, like when you're talking about your cranes and whatever. I love watching construction time-lapse videos. I love watching a building being built.
They're so good.
I structure all of my content around that same process. You lay down the foundations, you put up the exterior walls, and then you watch it all come to life. And then you put your final, like, pathing and stuff down, your path covers. My favorite part of an episode is when I put the path covers down and put the foliage in, and suddenly it has a personality. And you're like, this thing that I've been fighting with for the last 50 hours of my life now breathes in front of me because I've just covered the path, and the plaza is the shape I wanted it to be. That's my favorite bit.
That's good. Who does that? I like watching those videos too. They're really good. They when I lived in Bahrain, I used to love, like, they construct things so fast there. Because they're just constantly building. And I lived on the 15th floor of an apartment, and I had a big balcony, and I would sit on the balcony and just watch, because across the bay from me, they were building they were building islands, and then they were building hotels on the islands, and it was so fast. It was like watching a time lapse. It was so fast, but it was so fascinating to me. I was always just like, whoa, God. I mean, you would wake up and it would be like, wow, there's like half of the building built overnight. What happened? It was nuts.
Where did this come from? Yeah. watching the swarm being built was like that as well. That went up so quickly. Like like, whoa, where did that even come from? But as you drive, because I wasn't working for Merlin back then, but as you drive past the park, you just watched every day something different had appeared on the sightline. You're like, what is even this that they're building? It's
yeah,
mad.
It's wild, isn't it? So how long did you work for Merlin?
Nearly 4 years. Yeah, nearly 4 years. I started in 2018 and I left during COVID.
And did you enjoy theme parks more before you started working there, or did you gain a new appreciation and a kind of renewed love for theme parks, or did some of the magic go away a little bit?
I ended up with a different appreciation for theme parks. So before I worked for Merlin, it was always like, oh, I'd love to be able to peek behind the curtain and see what goes on in a park. But I never really got to. So it was always like, oh, I love going to the parks, and I love seeing new rides, and I love going on opening day because everything's fresh and new, and everything's all lovely, and I love doing all of that sort of stuff. But then when you work for them and you start interacting with the people that design these things, you get a completely renewed appreciation for the business decisions and the creative decisions that goes into placing stuff where it is. And it's like peeking behind the curtain, because the love for the rides and the love for everything else is heightened by it, because you now understand the work that went into the background of it. And I'm starting to see, I can't talk too much about it, but I'm starting to see some of the fruits being born of the things that I'm not allowed to talk about. And it's weird that some of it is different, like very different. And I'd love to know what happened between me leaving and them making those decisions.
Oh, doesn't that just drive you crazy?
No, because that's the excitement of it. So, like, as you said, with the
no, I mean
buildings,
not knowing, doesn't that just drive you crazy? Like, you want to know. Like, I just want to know.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. So, like, and like the one thing I can talk about, because it's in the public eye, the rejected layout for Exodus appeared in the planning documentation. So the layout for Exodus at Thorpe Park is not the layout I was expecting. And I went to the open day or the open evening, all cocky, going, I already know what's being announced, ha ha ha. And they were showing us these images, and I just sat there going, I actually don't know where I am. Like, this is not what I was expecting. And then I was like, guys, I can't actually talk about what I know. And I was all cocky thinking that I could. And I couldn't.
No.
Like, I'm still under NDA for the layout that I was expecting.
Right.
And then it actually appeared in the final planning documents, and I was like, okay, that's what I was expecting. I can't tell you too much about it, but that was the layout that I was expecting them to announce. So it's interesting to see that sort of stuff has moved on, and like the coaster corner at Alton Towers stuff, I didn't know that was in the pipeline. They kept that a secret. Wow. I kind of know who was up for tender, but I don't know what they were tendering for, because my job didn't involve the actual design process, right? So people seem to think that, and I don't know whether that's because I've led people to believe that, or if that's just because that's how it is. I wasn't a theme park designer, I wasn't a ride designer, and nor was I involved in the design process. I was involved in the people that do the process. So I was able to talk to and interact with, get as much experience from, because I used to help them with their training and how to publish training and that sort of stuff. So they used to have to tell me about their design process and the logic behind the design process, because then I had to help them design training around that.
Oh, okay, interesting.
So that's how I got to know about confidential projects and stuff, because they would bring me into the meetings and say, look, Aaron, this is the potential ride manufacturer, this is the training they offer, how would you present it to learners? That's how I know.
Right.
So, I don't know where I was going with that. I lost my train of thought.
That's okay. Because it's Raven did have a question for you.
Oh, okay. Cool. Any reason why they would go with the alternative layout? Yes. So, I don't know the exact reasons, right? So I don't know why they chose layout 2.
Hold on just 1 second. Hold that thought. Good night, Gio. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hugs and kisses and stars for wishes. I hope you have a really, really good sleep. And I'm sure I'll see you around somewhere. Somewhere in Daisy this weekend.
Good night.
Ooh, I like it.
Oh.
He can sleep.
Oh, cheeky. So answer the question.
Good night, Fiero.
Good night, Fiero. Thanks for coming.
Hugs, and kisses, and stars for wishes. Sorry. That's how I say goodnight to my kids. That's how I've always said goodnight to my kids. So that's how I say goodnight to my chat.
Too right. So yeah, answer the question. Any reason why they might have chosen the alternative layout? I don't know the exact reasons. I'll be honest. So I am purely speculating. It could be market research. So they've put the two concepts to the test, and they've seen that the public reacted better to one concept over the other.
Oh, sorry. He scared me. I wasn't expecting his walk-on song. When he said walk-off song, I thought he just meant that he wanted a walk-off song.
Love it. And it's like I can't hear them either, so I'm completely oblivious. I'm like chatting away, and all this stuff is going on around me. It's like the world's falling apart, and I'm just there chatting away, talking shit.
He said Chacho will never answer it, but poor Moomin jumped. I've been excited about Master of Puppets.
Right, let's try and answer the question. So they may have put the two concepts out to market research, and the public reacted better to layout 2, so therefore they've gone for layout 2. There may also be other considerations they've taken into account, like engineering complexity, cost involvement, or manufacturer preference. Now we know that you can probably work out who the manufacturer is from the rejected layout. It's pretty obvious, but I can't obviously talk about it. But they've got a good relationship with most manufacturers in some capacity. So yeah, it could be any number of reasons why they chose the second layout. And of course, they can still fall back on the second layout if the Exodus layout 1 they have chosen falls through because of the flooding issue. Won't bore you with the details. You can go and Google it. But if it falls through and the Environment Agency are going to block and veto the planning application based on the flooding, they can fall back on the second layout. And that's why they included that in the planning application, because they can then say, well, the planning application still exists for layout 2, the rejected layout. It exists in some form already, so they can just then fast track the application through and say, well, okay, we're using this layout instead.
Uh-huh. Well, that's interesting.
Well,
but there's probably almost always a plan B, isn't there? I mean, there would have to be. It wouldn't make sense not to, you know.
Oh, yeah, there'll be plans C, D, E, and F, and all sorts going on.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because every ride manufacturer in the world is normally invited to tender. They do what they call an RFP, and they'll say, this is the kind of coaster that we want. This is the kind of area that you're working with, and then the manufacturers will give you a
So it's like you bid. You
yes, exactly that. Bid. Yeah. They'll bid based on a proposed layout. There won't be the fine details, you know, that the layouts and stuff won't consider things like flooding, and they won't consider height. Well, they'll have boundaries, but they won't consider height, and they won't consider this, that, and the other. So, like, Mac, for example, would have submitted one layout. B&M would have done another. I expect RMC would have done one. Intamin would have done one. Vekoma probably did one. So on and so forth. And then Litchfields, who are the consultancy company, they would have just gone, we'll choose these ones as a shortlist, and then put that through all the screening.
And Ivan, yeah, Stranger Things is big in my household too. My Felix loves Stranger Things. You want to do an RPF collab park?
Do you mean RPF or do you mean RFP? Let's just go, yeah, let's do it. I'll do whatever.
Yeah. So when we get into like Intamin, like I know Intamins, and Vekoma, and here's the thing, like I don't know the manufacturers, and it's just because I'm ignorant, you know, I haven't researched them. It's not within my scope of things that I need to know, and I already have so much that I need to know that I don't really bother with it. Like I am a coaster rider, period. Like that. All I need to know is this was the name of the coaster and it was fun. I liked it. Like, you know, like I couldn't tell you, like the superlatives, whether it's the biggest or the best. Like, I just like what I like. So, you know, like, I loved Nemesis.
Alton Towers.
Alton Towers. Loved it. Great coaster. Great fucking coaster. Rita could kiss my ass. Rita left bruises on me. I play roller derby. I don't bruise easily. My body is used to being abused. Rita left bruises all over my shoulders and chest. It was horrible. But that other one that was cool. Was it is it 13?
13, yeah.
That was fun. It was unique. I liked it. The theming was good. Wicker Man was okay to me. I know. It was just okay to me.
Wicker Man is amazing.
I know, but it was just okay to me. But, like, that's my thing, though, isn't it? Like, everybody's got these things. Like, I have heard, maybe Rita skates better than you. Ivan, shut your filthy mouth. Like, at Europa Park, everybody always loves the Silver Star. It was okay, but I love the Blue Fire. Like, I thought Blue Fire was amazing, and Voden was really good too.
Shit your mouth.
Shit your mouth. But like, yeah, everyone's always like, Blue Fire is just, it tries too hard, blah blah blah. But I think sometimes people get so focused on the superlatives and so focused on, well, this is going to be made by this manufacturer, I automatically know I'm not going to like it. And they forget to just get on it and enjoy it.
Yeah, and that's Vekoma through and through. So, like, everyone just goes, I'm not going to enjoy this SLC because it's an SLC. Not knowing that actually not all SLCs are made equally. Not all SLCs are Blue Fire, Blue Tornado at Gardaland. That's rough. That hurts, that coaster. But there are good SLCs out there. Yeah, and manufacturers have their own personalities. Their coasters have their own personalities, and you kind of know what you're going to get. So, like a B&M versus an RMC, you know which is which because of the personalities that they have. And parks choose that carefully. They will choose the profile of rides and coasters that they have in their park based on the manufacturers and based on the available ride portfolios that they have. And does it fit their target audiences? And then can the ride manufacturer deliver something that is high capacity, highly reliable, and highly marketable? And you see that quite a lot. I like the Chessington coaster is interesting because it's a wing coaster that's a shuttle coaster. Don't know how that's gonna land.
Welcome in, Roadrunner. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's your opinion. Can-Can Coaster VR was quite the thing. I haven't been there since they opened the Can-Can Coaster. But I plan on riding it. Like,
is it still running with VR?
I don't know. I don't like coasters with VR. First of
me
all,
neither.
I think it's unnecessary. Second of all, I think it's kind of lazy. Fucking do your theming, okay? Like,
I don't mind it so much if the VR's good. Like, if you have a look at the VR on Kraken, that looked good. Have a look at the VR on Galactica. That's gash.
I like coasters. Or like, I don't know. I find the VR distracting and kind of motion sicknessy. Like, I just like a coaster to be a coaster. Like, I don't need a coaster to be a simulator. I ride simulators for the simulator. You know, exactly like, I want the coaster to be the coaster. But maybe I'm just like being a fucking old person and like, I don't like change because I'm old. But I do. Like, I think that VR has its place. I just don't necessarily think it's on roller coasters. Gotta head out to Dogstead. Well, it's Raven. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate seeing you here and your participation with asking Chacho questions too. Thank you so much.
I love It's Raven, and his dog is amazing. Beautiful, beautiful dog. Make sure you give him a hug from me, please.
And Ivan, good night. Hugs and kisses and stars for wishes for you too. Oh, hell yeah. I love it when something starts to come together. Like, I had no plan for this area. I've been staring at it for ages, wondering what the hell I'm going to do with it. Like, how am I going to kind of bridge this and this? But I think this is going to do it.
The narcissist in me is saying, it's because I'm here inspiring you.
You know what? I mean, it kind of is, though, because I'm it's like instead of stream of consciousness talking, I'm just kind of stream of consciousness building.
Yeah. You're allowing your creative juices to flow just because you're not having to concentrate.
Yeah, and that helps a lot.
Yeah, I agree. Agree.
Agree.
We've been talking for 3 hours.
I know. I mean, geez. Just...
How quickly does time go?
It does.
And what's the point? There's people that have been here the entire time. Are you guys mad? Like, what's going on?
That always amazes me. It absolutely amazes me. Like, I don't do it nearly as often as I used to, but I'll still do the occasional 8-hour stream. And there will be people that are here the whole time, and I'm just like in awe. Like, I'm completely 100% in awe that anybody thinks that I'm worth like time, like especially that much time. Like that's a lot.
Guys, that's your cue to make it 57.
No, it's not. No.
They stay with you, Poe, because it's you. We've done this already.
No. Yeah, it's still mind blowing. Like I like to think I would ever get used to. You know, just it's like when I lived in Japan. I lived near the Hakoda Mountains, and when I would go out for my run, either in the morning or in the evening, I would run on these little tiny narrow tracks in between the rice fields, and every view of the mountains was different. Like every day, the sun hit different, you know, or the sunrise looked different, or there were more clouds or less clouds, or they were covered in snow, or you know, like every day it was different. And I was there for 5 years, and there wasn't a day that went by that I didn't look up there and just be completely amazed at where I was. I feel like streaming is the same way. Like, I don't think that there's ever going to be a point in my streaming where I'm not absolutely incredulated that people want to hang out. Like, you know, and like, I think that's always going to be there.
Yeah, and isn't it humbling as well that you've got somebody who's so bought into you and so willing to follow you for such a long period of time that they spend 8 hours with you. And it's the same on YouTube when you see the same viewers coming back every Sunday for the premiere because they come back for the premiere. It's humbling.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
like, these people have chosen to take time out of their Sunday, no matter what time of day it is for them, because there's some people in Australia, there's some people in America that get up at 5 a.m. to come. They're like, these people have got the active decision to come and spend time with me as I'm presenting something, and they've chosen that. That's a big deal. It's humbling. It really is. Super
humbling, yes.
It might really only be a handful of users, but I would take that over 100 million subscribers any day.
Oh yeah.
Any day.
Oh yeah.
Because 100 million subscribers of like Mr. Beast is almost corporate, isn't it? It's almost like it's his business, of course, and he's done an incredible
corporate.
Job.
I just applied for a job with his corporation, so he's corporate.
I was tempted, but I don't think I've got the experience.
I haven't heard anything. I didn't even get an email saying like, thank you for your application. Like there was nothing. And I'm like, okay, well maybe they're new at this. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the end of that then.
Yeah. So I was like, okay. Yeah.
But that's the thing, right? It becomes almost faceless. So we love Mr. Beast for the content that he does and things like that. And of course you can absolutely aspire to be like him. There is no doubt that he works his absolute tits off to do what he does.
Oh, sure.
And to manage so many different organizations that he now has, where he's got his philanthropy channel, he's got his whole channels, his main channel.
He's doing the burger, like the restaurant.
Yeah, Mr. Beast Burger, exactly. Yeah.
And like so there's chocolate too. Like there's chocolate involved now, right?
Feastables. Yeah. Is it? No, not Feastables. That's bloody Dairy, isn't it? That Feastables. Hey, free advertising for everybody. Let's just name drop as many brands as we can. Perhaps someone will pay us for it. Yeah, his chocolate brand. So there's no doubt that he works hard for what he does, and he deserves every success that he's achieving. Right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
For me personally, having an active community who has bought into me as a person and come to me every Sunday, that means more to me than faceless 100 million subscribers.
Yeah, and I think it's really funny because you'll hear so many people say like you're never gonna be successful if you don't treat it exactly like a business. Well, I feel like that's really short-sighted because this is a brand new business. Like content creation Good night, Ellen. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for the sub, for the 18 months of subs. Oh my god, thank you so much. And hugs and kisses and stars for wishes for you too.
Talking of big deal. That's a big deal. That's someone that's bought into you.
18 months, yes.
Yeah.
For 18 months. I know, I was actually talking about this with Felix this morning. I'm like, buddy, there are people that have been here, like, through a lot, you know, through a lot of changes, and through me changing games, or not changing games, but adding games, and like they're fucking pathing.
By the way, it's Raven. It's Raven's just sent me a picture of his dog. I just want to hug his dog so bad.
Oh, that's so sweet. Hey Bean, how you doing, sweetheart? But yeah, like, I feel like for people who say that you have to run this exactly the way that you would run a business, it's short-sighted, because this is new. This is a new form of entertainment. Like I was saying earlier, when people ask me, I say I'm an entertainer, because that's something people already know and understand. It's legitimate in their minds, much more legitimate than a streamer or a content creator, you know. So it is a new form of entertainment, and you can't run it the way that a corporation would run a business. You can't, because it's built on community involvement. You know, so I fully think that you 100% can have success in this and build a community and be part of you know, with your community.
Yeah, sure.
And I feel like also success is measured differently for everyone. You know, success doesn't always have to mean Mr. Beast level, or, you know,
Yeah, exactly.
Jacksepticeye level. Like, success can be measured in so many different ways, and what's successful for me might look different than what's successful for you. So I don't feel like there's one wrong way or one right way to do this. It could be a hobby, or it can be a career, or it can be in addition to a career, or it can be a side hustle. Like, you know, there's so many different paths to take with it, and I don't think that there's one that's wrong or one that's right. There's just one that's right for you, and one that's right for me.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more, Pirate. You've said it perfectly. Like, success is relevant to the person that's achieving it.
Right, and nobody really can tell you. And I think all those people that are out there that are saying you have to do it this way or that way because that's how they've had success. Like, yeah, that's just them. They're trying to cash in on how they found success, and that's great. Like, that's like they're adding to their portfolio. You know, they're diversifying, as it were. But that still doesn't mean that that's going to work for everybody, or that that's what everybody wants out of it. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
You found a big car-sized roller skate today in an empty. Please tell me that you said that. That you said that. What? Please tell me that you took a picture of that. Please tell me you took a picture of that, child of mine. I would be very upset if you did not.
It's like, give me more information.
I know. I need to see this car-sized roller skate. I'd be so happy. Got a new thing to try out. Are you ready? Ooh, yes! I'm always ready for a new thing from Moomin.
However, it makes you wonder what it's going to be.
I'm preparing myself to be scared.
I know.
Nerdchacho.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, poop. Okay, bear with.
Okay, well that had all the pizzazz of an already pulled party popper.
I'm gonna have to try those out. You know, I've never used a popper.
What? You've never pulled a party popper?
I've never.
Shit your mouth.
When will I have?
New Year's Eve. What kind of parties did you have in America that you never had party poppers? Or let me guess, are they banned for like Kinder eggs because they're unsafe? You can own a gun, but you can't pull a party popper.
I just don't think we have them. I think we just have bottle rockets.
What is a bottle rocket?
It's a firework.
Which is more dangerous than a party popper.
Yeah, infinitely. But you know, we like our booms.
Moomin, what's going on? Are you alright, hun? Are you okay, hun?
Mooms has got it. You know he does. He's gonna get it. It's gonna be fine. Is this the cue? Am I making the cue now? Ay, ay, ay. What have I done? I've moved on.
We're doing something.
I've
Something's
gotten
going
distracted.
on.
This is me. So recently, Felix was like, I think I have ADHD. I want to go to the doctor. And I was like, oh, okay, sure. Well, you know, if that's what you feel like you need to do, we'll go get it checked out. So we're at the first visit, and the psychologist is like, so, you know, Felix, tell me what makes you think that you might have ADHD? And he was like, well, I act a lot more like my mom than I do my dad, and I'm pretty sure that my mom has just never been diagnosed. So I want to make sure I get diagnosed so I can get what I need. And I was just like sitting there going, holy fucking shit. I mean, I was just absolutely roasted by a 14-year-old. And I'm just going, I mean, he's not wrong. He's totally not wrong. It does not take much to derail the train of thought.
Yeah, but it's just the fact that he sat there at the doctor's going, yeah, I think I've got ADHD because I act like my mum.
Yes.
And he's just like going, throw me under the bus.
Right. It's always, but don't you know, it's always the mom. It's always the mom.
Yeah, well, you know. That's how it goes.
I have a new bot. So this is how our relationship with Moomin and I works. I messaged him the other night and I'm like, I'm in this other streamer's channel right now, and they had this really neat thing where, like, I came into their chat and this bot automatically shouted me out. I must be on some sort of automatic shout out list. Is that possible for my channel? Because, like, he's really good at this techie stuff, and, like, he kind of enjoys it. And he's like, I don't know, let me find out. And then, like, an hour later, he goes, go to your channel, go to your chat right now, and type it in. Just type something. And as soon as I typed, it announced me and it shouted me out. And I was like, oh my god. So he goes,
that's so cool.
He's like, give me all the names to add to it, and we'll get it taken care of. And I was just like, oh my god, this is the neatest. But that, like, all I had to do was go, this is really neat. I found it on another channel. And he's just like, okay, cool. I'm gonna figure it out. And so then he'll be playing with it for a couple of weeks, and I'm sure that it's gonna turn into something absolutely incredible. But, like, I always tell people, if you're streaming, especially, it's true, that you don't stream alone. You have an entire team behind you.
Yes.
And your team is your mods, and your team is your viewers. And, like, I absolutely could not do this without my mods. They keep my chat safe when there are people that want to be mean and rude. They keep me safe. And, like, in the case of Moomin, he just does so much to make things more interactive and make things more enjoyable. And that's where, like, my brain is just like, I need to sit down and stream. And Moomin's brain is like, did you change your soundboard for the game? Because I have separate soundboards for Planet Coaster and DayZ. And he's always keeping it fresh with, like, making new sound alerts and stuff. And so it's just a great little, it's a relationship. It's an exchange.
It is.
And I couldn't do it without all of my mods. I absolutely could not stream without my mods. And I couldn't stream without chat. Like, no streamer does it alone. And I don't, you know, I think that's what is really cool about it too, is it's totally community built from the ground up. You're not just doing it on your own.
Yeah, and the fact that you've got Moomin that's so supportive as well, and so creative.
Oh.
I think that helps, because it takes a lot of your creative decisions away from you, right? And it's because you trust Moomin with those decisions, and trust that he's going to make the best decisions, and does frequently make the best decisions.
I was not. It couldn't have been the diagnosed sister, who, mind you, also is exactly like mom. Really? Why is my other child now calling me out in my chat? What did I ever do to you, huh? And then Slangani. Slangani!
That's it. Everyone's out for you now. It's game over.
I get one of those each stream. Like, do I have to type something to get it? I just love a good compliment. I mean, but you know what? I had a really good boob day today, so I'm happy. Like, it's good. Yes. Nice. A good boob day is like a good hair day, except it's much more rare, especially the older you get. So having a good boob day is significant.
I was just thinking, I had a good boob day to do today as well, actually.
I mean, so you feel it, you know? Like, you know, it's good. It's a good boob day.
Felt cute, might delete.
Yeah. I mean, I even put a little saucy pic on Twitter, I think.
No, did you get boobs out? Oh no, that's right. That's your OnlyFans, isn't it? That's your other bit.
I mean, I haven't started it yet, but the thought has crossed my mind.
I reckon you should try and see which is more successful.
I feel like I'm too old.
You're streaming on your boobs on OnlyFans.
I think I'm outside of the demographic, honestly. I really do. Like, I've not gone to OnlyFans, but I have looked at like the metrics. I've looked at the data sets of OnlyFans and like their payout and stuff like that. But I'm not really in the right demographic for what is successful on OnlyFans. You know what I mean?
Okay, fine. Just sell your soiled panties on eBay then. Go down that route instead. Someone will basically buy your shit from somewhere.
I mean, gamer girl bathwater. I don't know.
You joke. Someone somewhere will buy it.
I know.
There will be a market somewhere. You just need to find your niche.
Well, my OnlyFans idea probably would have been a little bit too political for you, because I know that you don't like to do the political stuff, and I really do. But my OnlyFans idea, if I did it, was I was just going to be topless, and the camera was only going to be would only be focused on my chest, not my face or anything else, just on my chest, and I would be sitting like sitting in a chair, and I would be talking about feminist issues and politics. And I figure like people would want to hear that and engage in that conversation. And
whilst looking at boobs.
So like it would piss off the very conservative people who still like to be hypocrites and looked at boobs, so they'd have to pay. And I would get support from the people who just liked boobs, and I would also get support from the people who agreed with what I was saying. So, because people love to get pissed off about politics, and people love to agree about politics, and I absolutely love to talk about politics. So, it would be I feel like it would be a really marketable idea. I just don't think I'm being realistic, not mean. I just don't have marketable boobs. I'm not in the right age bracket for the marketable boobs.
Well, I tell you what though, I think we've just witnessed the death of the Poetry Slam 78 Twitch channel and the birth of your political career that's going to see you in office in 2024.
No, I like to talk about politics, not do them.
Poe has quite literally just announced her intention to run for office.
Yeah, but what office? There's no precedent of the naughties.
You can run for any country.
Oh my god, she was just voted for because she's a woman, and women have it so much easier because boobs.
Oh my god, it's boobs, you guys.
Ew. Like, oh. Nipples are so nipply. I just can't even with them, okay? Like, oh my god. Stop.
Let me take a selfie.
It's called a nipply when you're doing it with your boobs, okay? Get it right.
Oh man, this descended into filth really quickly. Is this like Poet After Dark?
It is after dark. Look, it's after midnight. I'm getting a little punch drunk at this point just because I'm tired.
Do you know what? I was just thinking, is it rude for the invited guest to say, Poet, I'm really sorry, but I've got to go soon? Because I'm absolutely loving it, but I do have to go soon.
No, not at all. No, not at all. It's so you're the guest. I'm not holding you hostage, so you have to let me know when you're ready to go. I am taking 3 14-year-olds to Oktoberfest tomorrow, where none of us can drink, and probably all of us would rather drink.
I reckon you should all try and drink.
Yeah,
don't. Actually, no, don't, because I'll get cancelled, because I'm advocating underage drinking. Don't do that.
Well, I mean, in Germany, it's 16, so they're only underage by a couple of years.
Or they're still underage?
Hello, Mr. Shouty Man and the Chess. What's up? No, so they have a lot of carnival rides and fair rides. So, yeah, Felix wanted to go and wanted a couple of his friends to go. So I looked up how much train tickets would be, and they weren't expensive. So we're going to take the train down, and I'll probably be able to enjoy a couple of beers. But, you know, since I have children that I have to be responsible for, and you know, it can't be more than that. But it'll be nice. It's supposed to rain all day. So I reckon I'm going to get home. It'll be like 11 o'clock, I think. 11 o'clock at night when I get home. And I'll probably be, like, ready for a bubble bath and bed. But that's it.
Just say it. Just
tonight was told
pick a jacket.
Yeah, Mr. Shoddy Man. It's a stream night for me. It's a Planet Coaster night tonight. But I hope I get to play with you soon. I'm very happy that you and Slangani got to hang out together, though. That makes my heart just full of joy. So yeah, apparently. So I got to meet Mr. Shouty Man when I went to Alton Towers when we had the meetup last year, and he's an absolutely lovely person, like beautiful human.
Can you come over to the UK again soon, please?
Yes. Actually, I'm trying to plan a trip. Felix wants to come over again, so. Hopefully, I don't know, might be able to do it for the long Thanksgiving weekend, for the long American Thanksgiving weekend.
Well, as in next year? Or this year?
No, November. Yeah.
Oh, this year?
Yeah.
Let's totally do Tubers on tour.
Ooh.
Yes, I'm pitching an idea to you live right now.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. I like that.
Moomin's coming too. He has no choice. We know where he lives, so we'll go and, like, kidnap him.
Well, I mean, yeah.
We might be able to coax him out with something.
I went to see him, and we went and had coffee together.
Yeah, see, I've not even had the privilege of seeing the real life Mooms.
I nearly like picked him up and spun him around. I was so happy to see him.
Sorry, I'm just like, from that statement, I'm trying to work out whether he's tall or short. Because I don't even know that. Like, Moomin is this enigma to me. Doesn't exist. He's just a voice. In fact, he's me, isn't he? So we're the same person.
I'm not untall. I'm not super tall, but I'm fairly tall. So, like, that's because they are the same person. No, because I haven't hugged Nerdchacho, and I have hugged Moomin, so they can't be the same person. Not that.
Well,
short.
they can be. We can be the same person if we're putting the voice on. He's like. I don't know if that's. Well, I don't know if what I was about to say is offensive. It's like, he's head patting size.
He's fun sized.
It's like, how patronising do I want to be? Bless you. You're so short.
He's fun sized. Yeah, so when I saw him, I was like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna attack him. I'm gonna pick him up and swing him around," but I contained myself and did not do that.
Right, okay, so let's do Tubers on tour, and we'll go and kidnap Moomin.
Okay, that works for me.
Okay, good, deal. You heard it here first.
Hopefully
Signed off.
I'll be able to get up there. But yeah, I'm trying to get up there. I was trying to throw Mr. Slangani a surprise birthday party and get together a bunch of his DayZ friends to do so, but he decided that he was going to surprise me and come here for his birthday instead, and so that whole thing is got to be postponed. I'm still going to try to get everyone together.
Do it.
Slangani
By the way,
is 6'1".
it's Raven's back.
It's Raven.
You're supposed to be dog sitting.
It's Raven. It's Raven is back. Oh,
everybody, don't talk about it. It's Raven. It's Raven. Oh, I just had chills.
Oh, you haven't been around for my ASMR?
I've heard your ASMR. Yeah, I've heard it, but like you're in my headphones at the moment, so you are right in my ear.
Oh, it's a little different. Yeah. I can whisper sweet conspiracy theories to you all night long.
And I'm totally here for it.
Uh-huh.
It's like the
Uh-huh.
quietest I've ever been on the internet. I'm going to whisper gently to you.
Oh, that was really cute.
Good night, everybody.
I like that.
You know, the one thing I hate, by the way, about
Why did I do that?
I'm about to use the C word. One thing that I don't get excited. The one thing that I hate about Christmas is all of the emotionally blackmailing ASMR style adverts that are on the telly when everything is really accentuated and spoken really softly, and they accentuate all of the syllables, and everything is like, "Ooh, you must buy me."
Oh yeah, it's like the old yeah, you're not quite old enough, so you might not remember it, but you might. It's like in the 90s when they had like the or the Calvin Klein commercials, and they wanted to make them more like whatever, and they'd be like CK Calvin Klein.
Oh yes, yes. By the way, Mimi says that I should whisper more often.
I liked it. I really liked it. I feel like
Well,
that should be like your outro for every episode now. Just like end it with a little cheeky whisper. It was good.
I'm trying to work out whether that's just Moomin being cheeky and just going, Chacho, you're talking too much. Shut up. You're too loud.
I don't know. It made me feel safe and warm. I liked it.
Oh. Careful what you wish for. Maybe I should do
Oh my god! Wait, no, Chaz redeemed an ASMR compliment. Ooh.
Oh, and I can't hear it.
What? No, I have to do one. I have to give an ASMR compliment now.
Oh, this is live.
Yeah,
guys,
this is live. Like this is
ready.
what you get. Like you have to do it. Mr. Shouty Man, hugs and kisses and stars for wishes for you. Thank you so much for coming and saying hello, and thank you for hanging out with Slang tonight. I know that he was super excited. He's like Marcus messaged me, and I was like, hell yeah, go play with him. And hopefully I'll be able to join next time. So yeah, let's get Chez's compliment. So each compliment is different and personalized. The Chez has been around for a little while, hanging out, doing cool shit, being Chezzy. Chez is absolutely, well, first of all, Chez is hilarious. Easily one of the funniest people I've met. Chez and I have spent many, many, many hours in Discord, just hanging out, just talking. Sometimes he would listen to me cry. He's always there, playing Jackbox games with us and being the absolute funniest. Usually he wins. Chez is really good at Jackbox games. I fucked up. Wait, the compliment was to Nerdchacho? Okay, well, you get 2 for the price of 1. Chez also is an amazing Planet Coaster player, and he builds really cool stuff. Like, because I love Fallout 4 so much, Chez made me this. Look at this billboard. Look at this. This is all hydro beams.
That is incredible.
It's insane, isn't it? Like he is such a good Planet Coaster player. He's so creative. He's such an amazing part of the community. He's always super nice to everyone and always willing to help, and he has a great laugh too. Chez is a great guy. And he used his channel points to give a compliment for you. And that's just the kind of person Chez is. Like he's always very generous that way. So, Nerdchacho, here's your ASMR compliment. I never do them to people who are like right in front of me. That's what this is gonna be so wild. Like, what? Because you can respond to it.
That was a wild ride. Like, I'm not gonna lie. No, shush.
Nerdchacho, you know, I get to talk to you more in Discord than on stream, and I feel like that's a real treat because we've both shared some things, and you're always just so incredible.
Ooh, a new follower.
Aw, thank you, It's Raven. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I think not only are you a great entertainer, I think your videos are so good, and your parks are so good, and your dedication to your community is absolutely inspiring. You're always so supportive, and you always are just doing anything that you can to make sure that your community is happy and that you're engaged with them and you're involved with them. And that's really inspiring and amazing to see. But also the friendship that we have been able to form over the past several months has allowed me to see more of you as a person. And I think that you have an extraordinary soul. And I can see that your dedication to your community is a part of who you are. It's a part of the supportive friend that I've come to know, and the kind and encouraging friend that I've come to know. And I think that you probably bring a hell of a lot of value to any relationship that you have, whether it's a work or a friendship or a parasocial. I think that you're just really an incredible human, and I'm so thankful and so lucky that you get to shine your light on me sometimes, or that I get to have your light shined on me sometimes. It makes things really special. It makes my life really special. So thank you so much.
Oh, you're gonna make me cry.
Sorry. I got a little bit of tears in my eyes too.
Chills, literal chills. Thanks, you guys.
Oh, mine was the purple version. That's right. What mine? Oh, where's mine? Where's mine? The one that he made for me was purple because of Poet Purple. Oh, where is it? It has to be in here. Oh no, maybe I didn't. Maybe I just put it straight in my park and I saved it so that nobody else could ever have it.
Oh, Poe, I don't know if you've just seen the chat, but Raven wants to make you cry again. So
why? Why? Wait, why?
Because you're awesome. And
why can we make her cry again? What the fuck?
Yeah.
I've already got tears in my eyes. Like
we're gonna make it 57, right? We got to do it twice in one day.
When I do the ASMR compliments, especially like for Chaz, or like for people who've been like personally in my life, like that already makes me get teary. So I promise there are tears. You can't see them, but I promise you there are tears in my eyes. Like, I'm crying in my eyes right now. Too late. Shut up.
and that's because you're this awesome sensitive soul that the community loves.
I am sentimental. It's Raven. You're correct. I was being sentimental, and I'm definitely a sentimental person. That's definitely
fair,
I am emotionally honest.
Ooh, a new
exactly.
subscriber.
Dude,
Oh, look.
Chaz! Seriously! Dude, thank you so much for that sub to It's Raven. Dude, Chaz has given 85 gift subs in the channel. 85! Like, holy shit. Chaz. Oh my god. And look, that 15-month, he's got a 15-month subscriber badge. Oh my god. I don't think I have over 1 year. I need to make more subscriber badges. This isn't even my final form yet. I fucking love it.
Can we do a biddy raid? A bitty raid?
What's that? I don't know.
Where we just constantly give you bitties.
I don't know. I'm gonna lose it.
By the way, if that's what. Alright, hang on. If your objective is to make Poet cry, just donate.
No. You do not have to do that. I swear.
No, you don't have to. No, of course you don't. No. It's completely optional because it's real life funny, isn't it?
Just the fact that anybody's here, like, honestly, it really is.
Yeah, but FYI, giving bitties will make her cry.
Ooh,
oh my god! Oh my
subscriber.
god!
Did it happen?
Holy fucking shit! Chaz! Oh my god!
Ooh, a new subscriber.
By the way, that works too.
Chaz just gifted 10 subs to
That's
Neo
incredible.
Soul
That is
Slacker,
incredible.
Twisted
Ooh,
Monkey, Emperor
a new
Fraggle,
subscriber.
Traxton, Captain Pons, the Loot Goblin, Bandycurve, Airtime Animations.
Ooh, a new subscriber.
I don't. What's the 7? I know that the 4 is an A. What's the 7? I'm so bad at the ones where there are numbers and letters.
Subscriber.
It's you.
It's Grabsu Lanto. Thank you so much.
Ooh,
Chaz!
a new
What the
subscriber.
fuck, dude? Oh my gosh, dude, what are you doing? Oh my god. 5 more?
Ooh, a new subscriber.
See how awesome your community is, Poe?
Oh, I've
This is
said it a
love.
million times, and I'll say it a million more.
Ooh,
Gobshite
a new
Jimster,
subscriber.
Son, Mellotron, and Mr. Shoddy Man, who was just here. Thank you so much. Oh,
Ooh,
Chaz.
a new
And
subscriber.
even 100 now. Ches likes numbers.
Ooh,
Like
a
Ches
new
has a thing for
subscriber.
numbers. Thank you, Ches.
Oh, you've got to have a good round number.
Thank you, Ches. Thank you so much. I
Ooh,
appreciate
a
that.
new subscriber.
I love booming. Ooh, a new subscriber.
Ooh, a new subscriber.
Oh god. Now you can see I'm not gonna be able to do anything because I'm just sitting here like
Ooh, a new subscriber.
Hey, it was upon the request of its Raven.
God. Oh
Ooh,
my
a
god.
new subscriber.
Thank you so much, Slang. Thank you so much for the biddies too.
Ooh, a new subscriber.
Oh my god. Ooh.
So we made it 58. Oh, uh-oh.
Yarl!
Oh
What?
my,
Oh my
so
god!
many bitties.
Yarl, how are you? I hope that everything is well with you. Dude, Yarl.
Ooh, a new
Thank
subscriber.
you so much for the subs to ECG Mac Daddy.
Ooh,
Whoopsie.
a new subscriber.
Hirsch, Fly on the Wall, Ghost Medic. Oh, you got Doc too. Thank you so much, Jarl. How are you doing?
Ooh,
Yeah,
a new
it's been a
subscriber.
little bit. It has. I hope that all is going well for you. Slangani, thank you so much for the biddies. Slangani!
Ooh, a new subscriber.
Oh my god.
Have you noticed that your hype train has just kicked off as well?
I am now. I'm not looking.
Ooh,
I'm not
a
looking at my
new
game stream.
subscriber.
Oh my god, that was a level 5. What the junk, y'all? Holy shit.
Oh my, so many bitties.
Oh my god, y'all. Oh, y'all are just what the. Oh my god.
Oh my,
what the
so
fuck?
many bitties.
Yeah, no, you notice I've stopped playing my game completely.
Oh
my
my,
god!
so many bitties.
Do we, by the way, do we
What is
count this
going
as
on?
do we count this as one long 58
Ooh,
cry, or do we
a
count this as
new
number 59 as well?
I don't even know. Girl, thank you so much for those subs to
Ooh, a new
Rabbit.
subscriber.
Oh, to Rabbit, Bees, Ziggy, Havoc, and Mr.
Ooh, a
Freaky
new
Siley. I haven't
subscriber.
seen Freaky Siley in so long. Chess! Oh my god, I'm about to lose functionality. I'm
Ooh, a
Um,
new subscriber.
Oh, fuck. I think. Oh.
In a shower.
Ooh, a new subscriber.
Thank you so much. Joshua, Adam Stevens, Angela,
Ooh, a new
Kyokutetsu,
subscriber.
Lonesome Trawler, and Riddled Hat. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I'd like to keep your eyes
Ooh,
irrigated.
a new
Irrigated and
subscriber.
hydrated. They're both right now. I just need to take a sip of water real.
Ooh, a new
This is
subscriber.
what- Oh my god. I really do. I really do mean it
Ooh,
when
a
I say
new
I just appreciate
subscriber.
the fact that people are here. I really do. Like, there are, there are over 1 million people who stream.
Ooh, a new subscriber.
It is such a humbling feeling when people take time out of their day to spend time with you when you're one of over 1 million. Like, it's amazing that people can find you and see you and enjoy you. Like, I really do appreciate that.
Because you're 1 in a million, Poe.
No!
Easy as that may sound, you're 1 in a million.
Thank
You're
you.
our 1 in a million.
Now is the time to ask about the community not being supportive. No, I don't think that I don't think any of us have ever said that. I play Planet Coaster for finding you. You're stuck with me too. You're stuck with me too, dude. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I'm glad that we have our little community. Somebody today on Twitter said that I have a weird radiance, and I was like, I think that's probably the coolest compliment I've ever received in my life.
Yeah, I love it. That was so good.
I love it. And I was like, dude, that's my stripper name. Weird radiance. I like it.
Well, there you go. There's your OnlyFans username.
There it is. I said that to
Done.
Felix, and Felix just was like, Mom. And I was like, well, I have a really good idea for OnlyFans, and I told him about it, and he was like, okay, that's actually a good idea.
Yeah. Oh, actually, that might work. Right, Poet, I'm afraid this is going to have to be me.
No, it's good. No, it's good because it's 12:30, and like I said, I have a super long day with, I mean, they're good. They're really good kids, but it's still a long day.
Yeah, it's still a long day. Yeah.
And I'm responsible for other people's children in a foreign country, and we're taking the train, but there's 3 transfers. So I'm just gearing up. I have to mentally prepare myself for being responsible for other people's children in a foreign country, doing 3 train changes at a big fucking Oktoberfest. I'm a little bit freaked out right now.
And I can't think why. Love it. But yeah, Pirate, thank you so much for having me. This has been such fun. And to the chat, to everybody that's viewed throughout the night, thank you so much for your questions and support, and make her cry again when you're ready.
No! I'm good. I think I'm good. No, thank you. Thank you for letting me ask you so many questions, and for not shying away from the more kind of dicey ones. I appreciate your candor.
I was expecting spicier ones as well. I'll come back and do a spicy one if you like.
Oh, we could do a spicy one, baby. Yeah.
Let's do a proper deep dive. By the way, I'm just inviting myself back.
No, you're welcome. You are welcome anytime. You absolutely are welcome any heckin' time. Seriously. Please do. Please do.
I will absolutely. I'm totally doing it. I can't wait.
Yay!
But guys, thank you. Thank you.
Aw, hugs and kisses and stars for wishes.
And hope you're. What is it? Hope you're. I should know this.
No, it's just hope you have a sleep full of wonderful dreams.
There we go. Amazing. Love it. Guys, thank you so much. Poet, enjoy the rest of your stream.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. I'll speak to you all soon. Love you all.
Night. Love you.
Bye.
I'm gonna make a living somehow. Lucky to be entertained by you, and especially me, who every day counts himself to be lucky. Oh, Slag, stop it, dude. That was one hell of a hype train. Poet and Nerd After Dark confirmed. I mean, let me get out of the voice chat. There we go. That way I'm not accidentally in the voice chat. I totally do Poet After Dark. Hell yeah. We'll make it spicy. I like it. It's a good idea. It's a really good idea. Aw, thank you so much for hanging out, Nerdchacho. I really appreciate you. I really do. Oh my gosh, my voice is going, y'all. It's going, gone. I love it.
Ooh, a new subscriber.
Oh my god, Ches! Dude! Seriously! Thank you so much for that sub to Chacho. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Sorry, I love these interviews. I love the interview series that I'm doing because I always plan 2 hours. I'm not gonna ask anybody to give me a shit ton of time. I always plan 2 hours. I have not had one interview that has only gone for 2 hours. everybody is always just so awesome. Like they're just ready. They're ready to come in and talk to me, and God, I love it. I'm so fortunate. I feel like it's such a cool thing. You know what I need? I need a guard shack. Where'd I put a guard shack? Oh, right there? Sadly, you have to miss both of... Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My voice is starting to go a little bit. Yeah. But you know, Chess, I've also been putting them on YouTube. So you don't have to worry about, like, the time limit of a VOD either. Because they've been put on YouTube. Maybe one day you'll be cool enough to be interviewed. Oh, dude. All you gotta do is let me know. I am really bad about putting it in Discord, but yeah, I've been putting on Twitter, like, anybody who wants to be interviewed. You don't have to be a streamer. It's all about the games. You know, it's all about the gamer in us. A lot of the interview is definitely like game focused. And it doesn't have to be Planet Coaster. It doesn't have to be DayZ. It can be whatever game is you know, it's us as gamers, right? So I'm more than happy to interview anybody in the community. They don't have to be somebody who is a streamer or a YouTuber. But yeah, just DM me and let me know, and then we can set up a date to do it. I'm more than happy to. Fuck yeah, dude. That sounds awesome. Okay. Yeah, we needed like a little. It's makes sense to me that there would be. Maybe we turn it around. One of these little guard shacks, kind of going up to the approach to the big waterworks building. I've got some really good ones lined up too. I've got some great ones. I've got Kate Minotaur on Sunday. I've got Derlith, I believe, on next Sunday. And I'm trying to nail down dates for a couple of other people. But there's no shortage of people. I started thinking I would do. I've got TSP Bobby as well coming up. I started doing it thinking I would do one Sunday a month. But there was such a big interest that I've actually been doing like multiple a week. And I have them scheduled through December right now, but I feel like it's a series that we'll be able to continue long term. I feel like, you know, it's been so